House be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 7th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Roger Williams to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for a morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a lifelong Tennessean and a good friend of mine, Jim Ays, who recently passed away on April the 1st. Throughout his life, Jim Ays wore many hats: a loving husband and father, a successful businessman, and a generous philanthropist. Originally from rural Decatur County, which is just outside of my district, Jim's father was a lumberman and a farmer. His mother ran a fabric shop and managed duplexes. They were a family of very modest means. From an early age, Jim and his siblings learned the value of hard work, and at the age of 8, Jim decided that he was an entrepreneur. He shined shoes for 10 cents a pair and drove a tractor on the family farm. In 1961, Jim began college at Memphis State University, which is now the University of Memphis. It was there that he got married and started a family. And in the years after graduation, Jim started working in finance and accounting in a nursing home company in Memphis called Cares Inn. He quickly rose through the ranks and was eventually named as president. Now, after selling the company, Jim started a nursing home in Parsons, Tennessee. American Health Centers grew from 40 nursing homes across the volunteer state. But by the mid-1990s, Jim decided to sell the nursing home business to focus on his new growing interest, community banking. Jim partnered with his friend to buy the Farmers State Bank in Scott Hills, Tennessee, and eventually would go on to acquire First National Bank in Lexington. It was there that First Bank was born. Serving as chief executive officer and before becoming executive chairman of the board, he took the bank public on the New York Stock Exchange in 2016. Today, First Bank is known across the state of Tennessee as a good bank, a good employer, and a good community partner. However, it's Jim's work outside of the office for which he will truly be remembered. Jim was a man of deep faith. He firmly believed that, to quote Scripture, "To whom much is given, much is expected." And it was in that spirit that Jim started the Ays Foundation with the mission of giving back to Tennessee, especially to our children. For over 25 years, the Ays Scholarship Program has supported more than 20,000 students in rural Tennessee, and to help children, the Ays Foundation has a footprint in 33 high schools across 21 of Tennessee's rural counties. Mr. Speaker, Jim spent much of his life making sure that every child, no matter his or her financial status, should have the opportunity to receive a good education and build a good life. In addition to the scholarship program, Jim established the Ays Institute at the Vanderbilt Ingram Cancer Center, the Jim Ays Medical Tower at Vanderbilt University Medical Center, the Ays Children's Hospital in Jackson, and the Ays Institute for Teacher Learning and Innovation at Lipscomb University, among other entities. I recently spoke with Jim's good friend, former Tennessee Highway Patrol Lieutenant Joey Hargrove, who traveled all across the state with Jim for about 30 years. Joey remembers the one thing that remained constant through the years. Jim never wanted any recognition or acknowledgement for any of his good deeds. Joey told me that he learned a lot about being a good man from Jim Ays. Whether it be a scholarship or getting treatment at a medical center, Jim never wanted you to know that it was he who made it happen. The last time I sat down with Jim and his wife Janet, who he loved and adored, was several months ago. Jim may have known that he was sick, but he didn't want that to be the topic of conversation. He wanted to focus on the future and what could be done for the community. It was never about Jim. He did everything out of the goodness of his heart and the genuine love for others. In the years to come, Jim's legacy and that of Janet will live on in the children he gifted in education, the patients he helped receive care, and the families who will never know his impact. To Janet, son John, and all the family, Roberta and I continue to think about you and wish you the best during these challenging times. Jim Ays will be remembered for a long time in Tennessee for all the good that he did for so many people. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back.
Okay, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, during Teacher Appreciation Week, I rise to honor Jessica Suarez Nieto, a middle school teacher at Del Pochcali Dual Language School, recently named Bilingual Teacher of the Year by the Illinois State Board of Education. As a young immigrant child who didn't speak English when I arrived in the U.S., I knew firsthand the impact that teachers like Ms. Suarez can have on their students. Ms. Suarez is a champion of dual language education. She uses language as a bridge to connect with families, affirm cultural identities, and empower students. She helps them feel seen, heard, and confident in classrooms where they are often told to shrink or stay silent. She teaches her students more than just math. She teaches them that they matter. She gives them a voice. Ms. Suarez, thank you for being an incredible teacher, for your work and deep commitment to your students. I yield back. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate a century of excellence in public education, the 100th-year anniversary of Leiden High School District 212. Proudly serving the western suburbs of Chicago, what began as a 2-year school in a portable building has grown into a thriving 2-campus district, East Leiden and West Leiden, now serving more than 3,300 students with over 200 dedicated teachers. Rooted in blue and gold and soaring under the banner of the Eagle, Leiden's commitment to academic and artistic excellence has inspired pride, unity, and spirit across the district's communities. True to its mission to educate, enrich, and empower, Leiden does more than reach, it uplifts. It lives by one simple, powerful motto: do what's best for the kids. Congratulations to the students, teachers, alumni, and school leaders of this century of service. Here's to the next 100. I yield back. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to sound the alarm on a crisis threatening our democracy. President Trump has defied a unanimous Supreme Court order blocking the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia and instead vanishing him to prison in El Salvador without a trial, without a hearing, without a shred of justice. This isn't just cruelty, it's lawlessness. It's a direct assault on our values and the rule of law. He was abducted from his home and sent to a foreign prison infamous for human rights violations. When the president defies the courts, he crosses the line into tyranny. And now he's even arresting judges whom he sees as standing in his way. When tyranny takes root, no one is safe. Today, it's immigrants with tattoos, 2-year-olds, and even children with cancer. Tomorrow, it could be anyone who falls out of favor, even Republicans who don't clap long enough or make the pilgrimage to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring. We have to stand up for our rights and for the rule of law, not just for Kilmar, but for the future of our republic. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Border Patrol agent Hector Moreno Jr. for his 27 years of service. Born and raised in McAllen, Texas, Mr. Hector Moreno Jr. pursued a career of selfless service to our community. He joined the Border Patrol in 1997 and for nearly 3 decades set a high standard for his fellow agents by upholding their core values: service to country, integrity, and vigilance. During his tenure, he successfully led specialized operations in the Rio Grande Valley to combat transnational crime and tackle illicit drug trafficking at our southern border. I had the opportunity to join Mr. Moreno in South Texas to participate in a ride-along, hear from Border Patrol agents, and experience their day-to-day assignments to protect our communities. Last summer, Mr. Moreno retired as the division chief for the Rio Grande Valley sector. We are grateful to his honorable service and exemplary leadership to his fellow agents and our community. In his retirement, he continues to serve others as a criminal justice teacher at Nicky Rowe High School and leads the Student Criminal Justice Club in McAllen. Once again, thank you, Mr. Moreno, for your selfless service, and congratulations on your well-deserved retirement. God bless you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Mott's Building Materials as Texas's 15th District's Small Business of the Month. In the wake of Hurricane Beulah in 1967, Mott's Building Materials, then known as Valley Cash and Carry Building Materials, was founded to help the community rebuild from the severe damage the hurricane caused in the Rio Grande Valley. Several years later, Ira Mott took over the company and brought Danny Smith on board to manage their various locations. At the time, Mott's was the only lumber yard and building material store to cater to the Hispanic community. Challenges were brought on throughout the decades, but the team at Mott's always stayed true to their values and dedication to faith, family, and service. 4 generations of Mott's have operated the business, and today the business is run by Danny's sons, Jeremy, alongside his brothers. Their team goes above and beyond to help South Texas across our communities build and rebuild homes. By providing high-quality service and building materials, the family-owned small business has become an integral part of our South Texas community. In 2022, disaster struck when their flagship location in Pharr caught fire. Their physical store was lost, but their commitment to community was strong. Through unwavering faith and teamwork, their service to the community was able to resume as the team rebuilt their Pharr location. Today, their commitment to community lives on. Following this devastating flooding in South Texas earlier this year, the team immediately launched a flood relief program to help those who are rebuilding from the flood damage, just like they did over 50 years ago. Through faith and hard work, no challenge is impossible to overcome. And we are so grateful to have businesses like theirs in South Texas. To the team at Mott's, thank you for all you do for our community, for South Texas, and for our state. Again, thank you, and I yield back.
Okay, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
As the chair of the Congressional Mamas Caucus and a mother of 2 incredible boys, I rise today to celebrate Mother's Day. I want to recognize the strength and love that mothers bring to our families and our neighborhoods, yet too often mothers are left behind in this chamber. In the richest country in the world, Mr. Speaker, no mother should worry about feeding her children or affording basic care. Ending child poverty is a policy choice. I introduced the End Child Poverty Act to provide universal child benefit for every child in our country and cut child poverty by 60%. Paid leave, affordable child care, and universal school meals should be guaranteed, not privileges. I also introduced and helped co-sponsor the Black Maternal Health Mom the Bus Act to ensure that all mothers are safe, respected, and supported. We know that Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes. This week, I'm proud that the Congressional Mamas Caucus are launching Mamas for Medicaid. As we see, again, many folks in this chamber cutting a lifeline for so many mothers and families across our country. $880 billion cut to Medicaid would be devastating. So this Mother's Day, I'm asking all of you to not only thank our mothers, but do it with action as we recommit to fighting for the dignity and health of every mother in our nation. To the amazing mothers of the 12th Congressional District, thank you. Happy Mother's Day to all of our mamas. We see you, we honor you, and we must, again, be able to celebrate you with action. Using starvation as a weapon is a war crime. For over 2 months, the Israeli government has completely and deliberately blocked food, water, medical supplies, and fuel from entering Gaza and targeting local aid convoys. At least over 57 Palestinians, including children, have already starved to death. Over 9,000 children are already experiencing malnutrition. Palestinians have been forced to eat grass, dirty flour, and animal feed just to survive, while thousands of trucks carrying food and life-saving aid have sat blocked at the border because of the Israeli government. Palestinians deserve to live. Instead of agreeing to the offered ceasefire and release of all hostages, war criminal Netanyahu announced his plans to forcibly expel and ethnically cleanse the entire Palestinian population and to flatten and annex Gaza. This was always the plan. And I'm waiting for my colleagues in this chamber to call it out. Our country is an accomplice in this genocide, and the world is letting it happen. The only path to make it stop is an arms embargo. Americans overwhelmingly support it. We should listen to our residents and save lives now. Silence here on starvation is supporting this war crime. From the university president to its Board of Regents, from the State Attorney General to the White House, the University of Michigan students and faculty exercising their rights to speak out against genocide have been under attack from all sides. From selective prosecutions to the eight faculty members being fired for attending protests. The university has damaged its reputation while putting its full weight into suppressing speech and First Amendment rights. But their courageous solidarity movement has been undaunted, and this past week has offered a ray of hope that the Constitution still applies on campus, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't end when you enter a campus. First, the university president responsible for suppressing student rights, gutting DEI, and rolling over for the Trump administration resigned and fled to another state. Then the Attorney General in Michigan was forced to drop felony charges against campus protesters before a judge could rule on whether to remove her from the cases due to bias. This coordinated smear campaign is especially outrageous and egregious as Michigan prides. Our state prides itself on being an incubator for protests and social justice movements, where students are inspired to hold the powerful accountable and make the world a better place. But there's an exception for Palestinians. All across campus, historic divestment campaigns, from apartheid in South Africa to fossil fuels, are celebrated. But yet, there's an exception for Palestine when it comes to free speech, and it remains strong. Whether intentionally or not, Mr. Speaker, its proponents are playing directly into the Trump administration's hands as they seek to destroy universities as we know them. These governmental overreaches and power grabs are test cases, and their impacts won't be confined to college campuses. Yet you don't have to agree with their speech to understand what is at stake when the rights are being threatened. Thank you.
This is the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate National Teachers Week and to express my deepest gratitude to the dedicated and hardworking educators who shape the minds and futures of our next generation. Teachers are the heart of our schools and the soul of our communities. In Guam, like every other corner of America, we see that every day. Our educators in Guam Department of Education wear many hats. They are not only teachers, but mentors, counselors, coaches, and role models. This past year, our teachers have faced enormous challenges, such as recovering from the effects of typhoons and teaching in aging and damaged infrastructure. Despite this, our teachers have remained committed to our student and to the mission of education. And as a member of the Education and Workforce Committee, I'm committed to ensuring our teachers get the support and resources to succeed. To every teacher in Guam and across the country, thank you for going to work with dedication and love. Thank you for investing in the next generation of leaders, thinkers, and change makers. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate May as Asian American Pacific Island Heritage Month. This month, we honor the cultures, histories, and contributions of AAPI, communities across the United States, and especially in places like my district of Guam. In Guam, we are surrounded by the heritage of Asian and Pacific Islander cultures every day. From our Chamorro traditions to our rich multicultural identity, many cultural aspects are woven into every part of island life. From language and family to service and to resilience, Guam's people have answered our nation's call in times of war and peace, contributed to our economy, enriched our culture, and stood as a strategic cornerstone in the Pacific. As I stand here today representing the island of Guam, I'm committed to ensuring that our voice on the national stage is seen, heard, and respected. This AAPI Heritage Month, let us celebrate the differences that strengthen us and reaffirm our commitment to creating communities that bring people together here, across the Pacific, and in Guam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the Trump administration's illegal power grabs. Through executive orders, the Trump administration continues to circumvent Congress and violate the checks and balances of our three branches of government. he also continues to ignore court orders, including from the highest court in the land, the U.S. Supreme Court, inching every day closer and closer to a constitutional crisis. Mr. Speaker, in addition, Senate and House Republicans have made it clear time and time again that they have no interest in holding the president accountable to the American people and the Constitution of the United States of America, leaving the judicial branches of government as our strongest tool, leaving the courts as our only hope. Within hours of taking office, President Trump issued an executive order that would have unlawfully denied birthright citizenship, which is guaranteed to everyone born in America by the 14th Amendment. He did this although this principle has been affirmed by the courts on numerous occasions. Currently, the courts have halted this executive order, citing how unconstitutional it is. More than 200 Democrats filed an amicus brief against this executive order when it was challenged in court. This attempt has been successfully halted. In February, over a dozen religious organizations filed a lawsuit. These organizations sued the Homeland Security Administration, rescinded guidance that would prevent immigration enforcement in sensitive locations like schools, hospitals, and houses of worship. Let's get this. You could be praying at a church or in a synagogue, in a temple, and immigration enforcement could bust in as you pray to your God to arrest somebody. They try to implement this aggressive practice, and yet people have gone to the courts for relief. This echoes my own bill, H.R. 1061, Protective Sensitive Locations Act, which will codify the Biden-era guidance. More than 70 of our Democratic colleagues have joined to support this legislation. Democrats have been hard working to support ongoing legal cases by joining our amicus brief. When the Trump administration tried to dismantle the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the agency that provides relief to consumers, 200 Democrats filed an amicus brief when it went to court. The amicus brief was cited by the judge in its decision, pausing the dismantling of this important bureau. Mr. Speaker, after one of Trump's latest crackdown on scientific research and universities, Harvard filed a lawsuit against the administration, arguing that its freezing of research funding is unconstitutional and flatly unlawful. Although undocumented families and small businesses were explicitly encouraged for decades by government and legal counsel to come forward out of the darkness and pay their taxes through the ITIN numbers, the Trump administration is now trying to target this data to carry out his mass deportation plan. This is not just an immigration issue. This is a privacy issue. Taxpayer privacy is key to our democracy. That's why, as chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, I led the CHC in an amicus brief on this legislation. More than 100 Democrats have signed in. It is clear through his action and his words that President Trump has no interest in upholding the Constitution and granting every American due process that they are owed. There has been a long-standing tradition of underrepresented communities resorting to the judicial system when all else has failed to hold larger, richer, and more powerful entities accountable. We must continue the fight to uphold the right to due process. We must fight to continue to hold the Trump administration accountable. we must preserve our systems of checks and balances. Not to do so would damage the balance of power and permanently fracture our democracy. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Devin Martin and his coach, Tommy Eggleston. Both Devin and Coach Eggleston have left an incredible lasting mark, not only on West High School basketball, but also on the entire community. Devin is a heck of a ball player, Mr. Speaker, and this year he earned as Player of the Year for the District 4A, averaging a double-double while being a key leader in the locker room. As Devin heads off to college to continue his career, Mr. Speaker, please join me in wishing him good luck. Coach Tommy Eggleston joined West High School's faculty as coaching staff in 2011 and has always been a role model and a tremendous leader for students at West High School. I've seen it firsthand, Mr. Speaker. This past year, he's promoted to be the head coach of the basketball team. In his first season, Mr. Speaker, he led his young men to a 21-4 record, finishing second in the district. Devin and Coach Egg, on behalf of all the members in this chamber, congratulations, and I wish you all the best of luck in the future, and I can't wait to see what each of you achieve. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Mary Frances Tucker for her service to the community with the Emerald Youth Foundation. Emerald Youth Foundation is a Christian ministry that has served young people in Knoxville for over 30 years, offering ministry mentorship and fellowship. The organization under Ms. Tucker's board leadership serves over 3,000 young people each year in urban Knoxville. Mary Frances Tucker has dedicated her life to Christ and serving the least amongst us. Her devotion to serving children in Knoxville started with raising 4 amazing children, along with her late husband, Guy Tucker. I know her daughter very well, quite a lady. Ms. Tucker has spent countless days selflessly volunteering to make sure that inner city children and young adults have access to resources that are so vital to their success. Prioritizing education, healthy habits, and helping young people in their walk with Christ has allowed Ms. Tucker to have a profound impact on countless generations of East Tennesseans. I have no doubt that every person who has been and continues to be touched by Mary Frances Tucker will go on to achieve great things and, most importantly, good stewards of Jesus. I had the time of my life the other morning having breakfast with her when they were honoring her, and it was just quite a deal, and she's quite a lady, and I'm proud to know her. I'm going to change sides here real quick, Mr. Speaker. I want to honor a good friend of mine, and I honor to honor him today. He's a great Tennessean. It's my buddy Miles Mentzer, who is finally retiring after 5 decades of hard work in East Tennessee, but I'm sure he will continue to be a thorn in my side, Mr. Speaker. Miles has worked his tail off for 54 years and started working for his father when he was only 9 years old for Mentzer's Tree Service in Knoxville, Tennessee. Miles eventually took over his father's beloved business, turning it into one of the most successful tree services in East Tennessee. If you know anything about Miles, you know the impact that he has had on a room when he walks in. He is one of the most fun-loving, outgoing, and dadgum, he's just hilarious, Mr. Speaker. And he's also a little bit too loud for my taste, but that'll go for some other time. And he's just an incredible person. I can always remember in junior high school, and me and a friend of mine who has since passed away, I was always the designated driver for obvious reasons, and we were going to a place out of way, and and Miles walked out disgusted, and my friend remarked that we need to turn around because Miles Mentzer just got carded. So he's been quite a friend of mine since then, and please join me in congratulating Miles on 54 years of hard work and dedication to his community in East Tennessee. I know, Miles, you'll enjoy having more time to spend with your amazing children and grandchildren, and I'm sure you will continue to be a thorn in my side. I'm proud to call you a friend, brother. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magazinger, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 6th time to call for the Trump administration to restore funding for life-saving food aid for malnourished children. It's been 2 months since Congress passed and President Trump signed a funding bill for fiscal year 25. It included money that can be used to continue purchasing ready-to-use therapeutic food, a miracle peanut paste that saves the lives of starving children and is produced by, among others, Adjournment Nutrition in my district in Rhode Island, with ingredients sourced from states all across our country. But here we are in May, and since the Trump administration came into office in January, not a single dollar of that money has gone to buying this promised life-saving food aid. Instead, Adjournment has boxes stuck in warehouses, factory workers laid off, and with children suffering from severe malnutrition and famine. This is food that has already been paid for by the American taxpayers that could be used to feed starving children who are victims of war and famine, but instead sits in a warehouse benefiting no one. We need the funding that this Congress provided to go through now because starving children can't wait. And to make matters worse, the administration's fiscal year 26 so-called skinny budget completely eliminates funding for the Food for Peace program, a bipartisan program that is the main source of funding for food assistance to combat hunger and malnutrition, while also supporting America's farmers and agriculture industry. We must reject that plan and continue to fund Food for Peace. In the meantime, though, this is urgent. For fiscal 25, the funding has already been appropriated. It has been approved. It has been signed by the President. We need the administration to put in the new orders to continue this flow of life-saving aid to children. And I want to yield to someone who has been a real champion on the issue of hunger around the world, to hear her thoughts on the subject, my friend, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs.
Well, thank you, Congressman Magaziner, for championing this issue and fighting to address the malnutrition of millions of children around the world. Every year, about 45 million young children worldwide suffer from severe malnutrition. That's about 1 in every 3 children under 5 years old. And tragically, about 1 to 2 million of those children will die. Nutrition during that time is incredibly important for long-term development. It's what powers kids to grow taller, get stronger, develop their brains, and have a stronger immune system. And if kids don't get the nutrition they need during this time, it literally has generational consequences. But thankfully, as Congressman Magaziner has highlighted, we have a proven treatment to save the lives of malnourished children, ready-to-use therapeutic food, or RUTF. RUTF is the go-to treatment for malnutrition in hard-to-reach areas and emergencies because it doesn't require refrigeration, preparation, or any training to deliver. It's nutrient-rich, delivering essential nutrients and calories so people can recover from malnutrition quickly. I worked at UNICEF. I have seen firsthand the power of these life-saving treatments. I've seen that they work. I've seen how fast kids can bounce back and recover. I've seen that U.S. funding and U.S. assistance makes a difference. But unfortunately, President Trump has eliminated countless assistance programs that have kept children alive. His administration hasn't placed new orders for RUTFs at Adjournment Nutrition in Rhode Island, causing production to almost stop. We already knew that the promises of waivers for emergency food assistance were lies, and now we have further proof. Starving children shouldn't be political pawns, and their futures shouldn't be toyed with. So here's my message to the Trump administration. Do the right thing. Restore funding for emergency food assistance, and help save the lives of children around the world. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Magaziner.
Thank you very much again to Ms. Jacobs for her long body of work championing children around the world, and particularly on the issue of malnutrition. And I will continue to stand in this chamber every day we are in session and speak on this topic until funding for RUTF is restored. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to advocate against the funding cuts to the Medicaid program that have been proposed for consideration during the budget reconciliation process. Specifically, the Energy and Commerce Committee, of which I am a member, has been tasked with cutting $880 billion of federal spending across the health care programs it oversees, a vast majority of which supports Medicaid. Cutting this program will be used in service of tax cuts for people who don't need tax cuts, and will be devastating to children and families who do need the health care. As we discuss cuts to this program, we must not forget the people behind these numbers. As such, I would like to highlight one Massachusetts family today. I will be reading a poem entitled The Mathematics of Mercy, written by Betsy Johnson. Betsy is an autism educator with the ARC of Massachusetts and a mother of 2 young adult children with autism and other intellectual disabilities. They rely on Medicaid. She shared this poem with me to highlight the importance of Medicaid for her family and all families who care for loved ones with disabilities. It speaks more powerfully than any amount of budgetary debate. The Mathematics of Mercy. A direct care worker holds someone's universe for $16 an hour, lifts world, bathes dignity back into being, her hands trembling now as she reads the letter saying her client's hours are cut, knowing some bodies can't survive on spreadsheet logic. They speak of cuts in marble rooms, voices that have never whispered, "Your therapy isn't medically necessary," to a nonverbal child who just learned to make sounds like morning birds. In living rooms turned sacred spaces, therapists pack up their tools of possibility, weighted vests, sensory brushes, pieces of someone's future, now deemed too expensive by men who've never seen how a body learns to trust itself, one careful touch at a time. Listen to power chairs going still, to screens falling dark in throats that borrow them for voice, to support workers saying goodbye to people who stopped being clients, somewhere between the first smile and the last hug, while offshore accounts grow fat on the mathematics of suffering. This is how a nation bleeds, not on battlefields, but in group homes, not from enemy fire, but from funding gaps, where independence becomes too expensive, where institution beds cost less than community care. In the halls of power, they call this fiscal responsibility, as if responsibility means telling a mother her daughter can no longer see the therapist who taught her how to speak, as if America means pricing dignity like a luxury good. Every denial letter bears a signature of someone who's never watched a child take their first steps at 12, never seen the light in eyes when words finally come, never felt the weight of a family's hopes balanced against the coldness of cost. Yet in these rooms where care persists, where love defies their calculations, we piece together what they tear apart like a quilt of borrowed time, with midnight shifts and morning prayers, hands that hold when budgets say let go. Here in this web of grace we weave because what flows through us is stronger than their ledgers and our stubborn refusal to let spreadsheets tell us what a life is worth. Again, this comes from Betsy Johnson, an autism educator with the ARC of Massachusetts. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for children. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I'm talking about Social Security. More alarming, Mr. Speaker, is that it's been more than 50 years since Congress has enhanced Social Security for the citizens of this great country. What does that mean? That means that more than 70 million Social Security recipients have not seen an enhancement to Social Security since Richard Nixon was President of the United States. I applaud Leader Hakeem Jeffries for putting together a plan, for having something to present to the American people that stands in stark contrast to nothing being put forward. It doesn't bother me so much that Republicans aren't putting any proposals forward, but they would deny a hearing on Social Security and a vote on a measure that Congress hasn't addressed in more than 50 years. Mr. Speaker, as you know, there are more than 70 million plus Social Security recipients. 10 million baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security and wonder why Congress hasn't acted. Mr. Speaker, for more than 5 million of our fellow Americans who have paid into a system all their lives, they get below poverty level checks from their government because Congress hasn't acted. Mr. Speaker, there are more than 35 million people who, for them, this is the only pension that they will receive, and Congress hasn't responded. Again, I applaud Mr. Jeffries for saying, yes, what we need is an across-the-board increase for everyone on Social Security. We need to repeal the provision, as Mr. Jeffries has laid out, to have people who continue to work after they retire not have their Social Security taxed. That is part of the Democratic plan, along with making sure that no one can retire into poverty and lifting the more than 5 million people who get below poverty level checks out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, I know you know this, but in Illinois' 12th congressional district, there are more than 179,000 Social Security recipients. 131 of them are retirees. 21,000 are disabled. 9,000 plus widows, 4,000 plus spouses, 12,000 children who haven't seen an increase in more than 50 years. It is long overdue for Congress to take action. I plead with you, Mr. Speaker, to join us and to encourage Republican leadership minimally to have a hearing on this. And if you got a better plan, by all means, put it forward. But at least let the plan that Hakeem Jeffries has put forward have a vote. If you disagree with it, that's fine. It's America. It's a democracy. Vote against it. But why shouldn't Congress vote on making sure that Illinois' 12th congressional district sees an increase they haven't seen in more than 50 years, as well as the 1st congressional district in the state of Connecticut, and for all 535 congressional districts where individuals have not seen an increase, especially during these inflationary times. And for a party that used to pride itself on entrepreneurialism and capitalism, imagine this is the safety net for capitalism and entrepreneurialism. Where's the money spent in Illinois' 12th congressional district? Right back in the local economy to the stores, the pharmacies, etc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Unanimous consent to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, at a time when Americans are struggling to afford groceries, housing, and gas, Congress should be focused on lowering the cost of living that Americans care most about, not renaming bodies of water. As Sergeant Friday used to say on the show Dragnet, just the facts, ma'am. Well, the facts during the first 100 days of Mr. Trump's administration are the following. The economy has shrunk. Stock market has taken a hit. 401ks that are critical for a majority of Americans' retirement have declined. And there has been a launch of a trade war that could cost the average family in America over $4,900 a year this year alone, with no trade agreements in sight, threatening a recession. Rather than offering solutions, my Republican friends are at this time wasting this valuable efforts on the floor by renaming the Gulf of Mexico. The Gulf of America Act, I think, is an absurd bill. It's political theater. The Gulf of Mexico has held that name for over 500 years. Spanish explorers from Spain charted these waters hundreds of years before the United States ever existed. Let's call this bill for what it is, a vanity project. My constituents in California's San Joaquin Valley aren't asking me about the Gulf of Mexico. They're asking me about their health care, reducing inflation, and in investing in our communities. That's what they care most about. Congress must focus on what really matters: passing a budget, getting a farm bill done, and delivering on the priorities that American people sent us here to do. If this is the best my Republican friends in the majority can do, it's no wonder that the American people are fed up with Congress and our numbers are so low. Enough with political stunts. The American people deserve better. We must work together in a bipartisan effort. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, we will celebrate Mother's Day. Throughout our country, families and friends will gather together to recognize and pay tribute to this important day. But the reality is, I think for all of us, every mother, every day should be Mother's Day. So on Sunday, let us say thank you in the most meaningful way we know how, with love and affection. We should do what is appropriate, and that is to thank those moms who throughout our lives have made a difference. And every day, therefore, should be Mother's Day. Let us celebrate this day on Sunday and never forget those who brought us here today. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair now recognizes a gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to sound the alarm that sensitive data for millions of Americans is at risk. Many of us have heard of the scams, data breaches, and hacks that have plagued businesses and individuals for years. Unfortunately, the newest threat to our personal data comes from within the federal government. Over the past 3 months, Elon Musk's DOGE employees embedded themselves in dozens of federal departments and agencies without any guardrails or protections put in place by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. We know this data is extremely valuable to bad actors and foreign adversaries. In fact, after DOGE infiltrated the National Labor Relations Board, suspicious attempts were made to access the data from an IP address in Russia. Congress should be working to fulfill our obligations to the American people and safeguard their data. Instead, my colleagues across the aisle have seemingly left the door open for DOGE and anyone else to potentially access and misuse their constituents' personal information. And it's not just their recklessness that should concern everyone across the country. It's the fact that the data being held by the government is being weaponized by the Trump administration. The IRS recently entered into an agreement with ICE to share information about immigrants. The same is true of data on affordable housing recipients. If we allow them to use this data now, then what will stop them from using information from other agencies in the future against other groups of Americans? Mr. Speaker, at a recent Energy and Commerce Committee hearing, we heard from experts in this field who were invited there by my Republican colleagues that as we seek to harness the growth of AI, we must put guardrails in place to protect all American sensitive information, which we know is a target-rich environment for foreign adversaries. Our colleagues don't have to take my word for it. Just listen to the testimony of the people that Republicans invited here to testify. Malicious actors do not care what someone's political party is or where they live before they steal our data. Our response to this threat should be bipartisan. I urge all of my colleagues to stand alongside House Democrats in calling upon the Trump administration, the Office of Management and Budget, and DOJ to clarify what actions they are taking to safeguard the most sensitive taxpayer data that exists on our federal systems. If they don't act, then we should here in Congress. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy Lord, we want little else than to lead a life worthy of the calling to which you have called us. For these legislators, it is to remain committed not just to the needs of their constituents, not just to the welfare of these United States, but to be faithful to the expectations you place on each one of them. Therefore, with all humility and gentleness, may we approach the issues at hand with patience. May we bear with one another in love, even with those across the aisle to whom we are adamantly opposed. Instead, may we make every effort to maintain the unity of your Spirit, which has brought us here in this place to work together for the common good. Remind us again that you are the same God and Father of us all. You have bestowed on each of us the same grace, according to the measure of forgiveness and mercy you offer all who believe in you. Let us then strive to speak the truth in love, that our words would be lifted up in glory to you. For in you this whole body is called to be joined and knit together, to build itself up in love, as each of us participates in the work you have given us to do. In your compassionate name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led today by the very distinguished gentleman from the great state of South Carolina, Mr. Joe Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute before I extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses create jobs as the backbone of the American workforce and account for nearly half of the American private sector jobs. Small businesses come in many forms. America recognizes this as National Small Business Week, and the contributions this sector adds to the strength of America. There are nearly 35 million small businesses in America, employing 59 million people. The National Federation of Independent Business, NFIB, along with local chambers of commerce, with AmChams, and with industry associations such as the Asian American Hotel Owners of America and Home Builders, make a difference. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies as patriots of Georgia in Tbilisi demonstrate expressing appreciation of Congress supporting fair elections with the courageous President Salome Zurishvili. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hunger is an all-consuming pain. Many of us are lucky never to have known that pain. Yet in my district alone, nearly 25,000 households rely on food assistance to stave off hunger. SNAP feeds seniors who live alone, children without nutrients to grow, and families who work hard every day, but it's still not enough. Now Republicans sadly want to cut SNAP in order to subsidize another tax break for the rich, a move that could increase household for grocery bills by $175 a month or nearly $2,000 a year. Our common humanity should be enough to block this cut. Sadly, it seems it is not for too many of my colleagues. So I raise another argument. SNAP dollars flow directly into our economy, into local businesses, into farms. We have a chance to ease the pain of our most vulnerable. I will not stand by as Republicans steal from the American people and give even more to the rich. The Gospel of Matthew reminds us of the power of caring for the least among us, saying, "For I was naked and you clothed me, for I was hungry and you gave me food." Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I ask to unanimously consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize a good and selfless neighbor in Virginia's 5th Congressional District, my friend Rick Grizzell from Goochland County, Virginia. After Hurricane Helene swept through the Carolinas, Tennessee, and Virginia last year, Virginians across the Commonwealth answered the call. Rick formed a team of Virginians in conjunction with Goochland County Tea Party to collect donations and take them to folks in need. They collected and delivered tents, propane tanks, sleeping bags, winter clothes, heaters, food and water, and much more. As recently as last week, Rick received a call on Monday and delivered supplies on Tuesday. Rick and his team saved lives with his work, and I'm extremely privileged to recognize a hero like Rick Grizzell. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, to address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to recognize 5 young students who were taken too soon from a Santa Ana community. A few weeks ago, 5 students from Santa Ana Unified School District were victims of a devastating car crash. Ariela Robles, Natalie Vidal Zarate, Jackie Torres Zarate, Cynthia Torres Zarate, and Emmanuel Gonzalez Martinez. This tragic loss has broken the hearts of our community. To the families of these students, your prayers, our prayers, are with you. To Areli, Jacqueline, Natalia, Cynthia, and Manny, may your souls rest in peace, and our community will never forget you. We miss you dearly. Thank you for the time you spent with us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, as revised, and extend our remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Frank Abate on his upcoming retirement next Thursday, marking an end of a 36-year career in public service in Brevard County. He has spent the last several years serving as our Brevard County manager since 2017, and throughout his tenure, he has played a key role in guiding Brevard County through a period of substantial growth and change. His steady leadership helped preserve the unique character of our community while meeting the evolving needs of our residents. As he prepares to close this chapter, I want to thank Frank for his dedicated service to Brevard County. Congratulations, Frank, on your well-earned retirement. And I yield back.
Yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here on the House floor as an American proudly and profoundly shaped by the wonder and joy of public television. Mr. Rogers taught us how to be a good neighbor. Bill Nye inspired us to ask questions and never give up on the search for discovery. Sesame Street taught us how to read and count while instilling values of sharing and empathy. Mr. Speaker, we'd be hard-pressed to find an American in this nation whose childhood wasn't profoundly shaped by the magic of public television, because for over 50 years, PBS has brought our kids educational, inspiring, and commercial-free media. But last week, the Trump administration issued an executive order slashing federal funding to NPR and PBS, meaning that smaller stations would lose nearly half of their funding and pose an existential threat to the future of this media. I would contend that the values that PBS taught us all are exactly the values we need in this moment and the values we could use right here in this chamber. How to think critically, how to care for the earth and one another with respect and dignity, how to count votes, how to resolve our differences with manners and empathy, all of which is why I continue to push for the reinstatement of these funds so that future generations can benefit as I did. I'll be fighting for viewers like you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of National Correctional Officers Week. In 1984, President Ronald Reagan designated the first full week of May to honor correctional officers, calling them, quote, a vital component of the field of corrections, end quote. Correctional officers carry out one of the most difficult and dangerous jobs in public service, maintaining the custody, safety, and well-being of inmates in our prisons and our jails. Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District is home to 3 such Bureau of Prison facilities, FCI McKean, FCC Allenwood, and USP Lewisburg. Throughout my time in Congress, I've worked closely with the correctional officers at these facilities to find solutions in addressing the BOP's biggest obstacles. That includes addressing chronic staffing shortages plaguing these and other facilities nationwide. Mr. Speaker, correctional officers serve with professionalism and courage. As we recognize these important law enforcement officers this week, I remain committed to resolving these challenges to protect those who protect our communities. They deserve our full support, and I thank all correctional officers for their service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life and legacy of Troy Wendell Pate, Jr. of Goldsboro, North Carolina, who passed at the age of 94. Mr. Pate was a United States Navy veteran of the Korean War and a lifelong banker and a dedicated community servant. After a distinguished career as the CEO of East Coast Savings Bank, he devoted his time to enhancing education, fostering economic development, and strengthening military relations in Wayne County. He served as the trustee and the chair at East Carolina University and was instrumental in helping to bring the Brody School of Medicine into the East. Mr. Pate also worked tirelessly to support Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, founding the Seymour Support Group and advising Air Force leadership at the highest levels. His many hours include the Air Force Distinguished Public Service Award and the Order of the Longleaf Pine. Troy Pate's life exemplifies service, leadership, and a deep love for Eastern North Carolina and our country. I extend my deepest condolences to his beloved wife, Joyce, and the Pate family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a cherished institution in my district, Smith's Bakery, located in Bakersfield, California. Since 1945, Smith's has been more than just a bakery. It has been a pillar of joy in our community. Founded by Howard Smith and Roy Balmain, the goal was simple: to provide the best baked goods possible. As we celebrate Small Business Week, Smith's Bakery exemplifies how local businesses can thrive while staying deeply connected to their customers. A key part of their success is Jim Balmain, son of co-founder Roy, who, along with his wife Jackie, took over in 1985, ensuring the bakery's continued legacy. Celebrating 80 years of business, Smith's has been a symbol of excellence and community spirit, known for their iconic treats like the famous Happy Face cookie. As Jim Balmain once said, if you care and you try to do things right, people will appreciate it. And that's exactly what Smith's has done for decades. Here's to many more years of sweet memories and continued success for one of the most popular small businesses in California's 20th district. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on May 7, 2025 at 11:07 a.m. that the Senate agreed to Senate Concurrent Resolution 12, that the Senate passed without amendment House Joint Resolution 61. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 377, I call up H.R. 881 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 62, H.R. 881, a bill to establish Department of Homeland Security funding restrictions on institutions of higher education that have a relationship with Confucius Institutes and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 377, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Homeland Security printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-2 is adopted and the bill is amended is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided in control by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas and the distinguished gentleman, Mr. Pfluger, and the gentleman from Mississippi, the distinguished young chairman, Mr. Thompson, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the distinguished gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 881.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 881, the DHS restrictions on Confucius Institutes and Chinese entities of concern. I have long been concerned that the threats the Chinese Communist Party poses to our homeland are not only real, but they are right here. And in the Homeland Security Committee and on my subcommittee on counterterrorism and intelligence, we have heard from a wide variety of national security experts and law enforcement officials who have continuously raised alarms about the CCP's increasing subversive activities inside our country through organizations like the CCP's Confucius Institutes, the Thousand Talents Program, and other CCP-affiliated groups. While Confucius Institutes are presented as centers for promoting Chinese language and culture, it is proven that they have been used to steal critical research, recruit talent for military-civil fusion enterprises, conduct espionage, commit transnational repression, and influence academic institutions to the benefit of the CCP. At their peak, the United States hosted approximately 118 Confucius Institutes, primarily at colleges and universities. And now there are fewer than 14 active Confucius Institutes today, but the danger still remains. Many of these programs have rebranded themselves within universities with the same mission as before, and that is to subvert national security and expand CCP influence operations. Another example is the CCP's Thousand Talents Program, which the FBI has listed as the most prolific sponsor of state-sponsored talent recruitment programs that bring outside knowledge and innovation back to China, often through stealing trade secrets, breaking export control laws, or violating conflict of interest policies. These talent recruitment programs are a win-win for China. China wins twice. First, U.S. taxpayers are funding their research, not China. And second, China then uses the research it would not have otherwise had to advance its own economic and military interests. Today, we are debating H.R. 881, my legislation, which, by the way, is bipartisan, and that would prohibit DHS from funding American universities that host a Confucius Institute or Thousand Talents program or maintain relationships with the Chinese entities of concern. H.R. 881 also ensures that universities prioritize the education of their students over any of their partnerships with these institutions. This legislation passed the House last year with bipartisan support, and this year, H.R. 881 passed the Committee on Homeland Security with unanimous bipartisan support. I want to thank Chairman Green, Ranking Member Thompson, my counterpart on the Subcommittee on Counterterrorism and Intelligence, Ranking Member Magaziner, and the Committee of Homeland Security staff for moving this critical legislation forward. The DHS Restrictions on Confucius Institutes and Chinese Entities of Concern Act would play a vital role in protecting our students, intellectual property, and national security. Together, this effort demonstrates a unified bipartisan way to protect our nation from the insidious influence of the CCP, and that our students, our intellectual property, and our national security are protected from the malign influence of the CCP. I'd like to urge all of my Republican and Democrat colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Distinguished gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 881, the DHS Restriction and Confucius Institute and Chinese Entities of Concern Act, seeks to help address the threat posed to U.S. colleges and universities by the People's Republic of China and Chinese Communist Party. The People's Republic of China and the CCP have poured hundreds of millions of dollars into U.S. universities through Confucius Institutes and other programs. These programs have given China, a strategic competitor, a platform to potentially interfere with academic freedom and free speech, as well as greater access to sensitive intellectual property and national security information. To curtail these efforts, H.R. 881 requires the Secretary of Homeland Security to ensure the U.S. institutions of higher education that have relationships with Confucius Institute, Thousand Talents Program, or vaguely defined Chinese entities of concern do not receive any funds from the Department of Homeland Security. This funding prohibition is similar to those found for the Department of Defense in the 2019 and 2021 National Defense Authorization Acts and the National Science Foundation in the CHIPS and Science Act of 2022. However, the restrictions in those measures were limited to universities with Confucius Institutes only, and the ban was so successful there are only a handful of Confucius Institutes remaining on U.S. campuses. That is why H.R. 881 includes a new category of banned relationships, those between U.S. institutions of higher education and so-called Chinese entities of concern. In the bill, a Chinese entity of concern is any university or college in the People's Republic of China that meets at least one of 9 very broad criteria. As a result, H.R. 881 has the possibility to prohibit any DHS funding from going to any U.S. university that has any relationship with virtually any Chinese university. That is why Democrats on the House Homeland Security Committee have worked with H.R. 881 more in line with the funding bans found in previous legislation by including a waiver for the Secretary of Homeland Security, like those past legislation had for the Secretary of Defense and National Science Foundation Director. Now, H.R. 881 contains a waiver provision that allows the Secretary of Homeland Security to permit department funding to go to the U.S. institution of higher education that maintains a relationship with programs and entities in China if the relationship is either in the national security interests of the United States or has no bearing on the national security interests of the United States or its allies. This is critical as the bill's language could encompass all sorts of agreements between academic institutions in the United States and China, including student exchange programs and other cultural programs that benefit American students and ultimately our country. Along those same lines, the bill now also includes a provision that requires the Secretary of Homeland Security to provide outreach and, upon request, technical assistance to U.S. institutions of higher education relating to compliance with the bill. And so, I appreciate Representative Pfluger's willingness to work with us to improve his bill by including the waiver and technical assistance language. Mr. Speaker, House Democrats share concerns that Chinese Communist Party interference with U.S. colleges and universities could lead to a wide variety of negative outcomes. That said, House Democrats do not want to see legitimate academic activity between the United States and China hindered. The compromise language recognizes the spirit of the bill, the need to protect America's intellectual property and academic freedom, and take steps to mitigate the risk of going too far and denying critical Homeland Security funding to U.S. universities for any relationship with virtually any Chinese university. I do not support creating another pretext for the Trump administration to deny U.S. universities federal funding, but I also do not want to see our greatest strategic competitor gain a greater foothold on college campuses that could put our nation's national security at risk either. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Molinar, the chair of the China Select Committee.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today in strong support of Representative Pfluger's bipartisan H.R. 881, the DHS Restrictions on Confucius Institutes and Chinese Entities of Concern Act. This legislation is about one thing: protecting American students, American research, and America's future from malign foreign influence, especially from the Chinese Communist Party. The CCP is engaged in a persistent strategic campaign to influence every corner of American life. And one of their most dangerous efforts is to target our education system. Often disguised as cultural exchange programs, the CCP efforts to infiltrate America's universities are intended to manipulate curriculum, suppress academic freedom, and monitor Chinese students here in the United States. Let's be clear, the Chinese government isn't investing in these programs to teach language. They're trying to shape how young Americans see the world, to rewrite the story of the Chinese Communist Party, one classroom at a time. This is part of a broader effort by Beijing to manipulate the next generation, whether through TikTok on their phones or authoritarian propaganda on their campuses. And it's working. That's why this bill matters. H.R. 881 makes it simple. If a university wants DHS funding, it cannot maintain ties to CCP influence operations. If you want taxpayer dollars, you cannot partner with a foreign adversary. We've already made real progress. The number of Confucius Institutes in the U.S. has dropped from over 100 to just a few. However, too many Confucius Institutes are rebranding or maintaining quiet ties behind the scenes. As chairman of the Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party, I can tell you the threat is real, and the evidence is overwhelming. This isn't about blocking cultural exchange. It's about blocking foreign exploitation. Academic freedom is not for sale, not to Beijing, not on our watch. Let's stand together, Republicans and Democrats, to protect our students, safeguard our campuses, and push back on foreign influence. Vote yes on H.R. 881, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves his time. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume, the gentlewoman from California. Ms. Chu.
Oh, the gentlewoman is recognized for such time as she may consume.
On behalf of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 881. This bill would block Department of Homeland Security funding from colleges and universities with the Confucius Institute, which is known to have CCP ties. But it expands the prohibition to any institution that has a relationship with the Chinese entity of concern. What is a Chinese entity of concern? Because the bill defines such entities so broadly, that list could potentially include every single college in China. And because this is a new definition that is not shared with any other federal agency, universities would be required to independently verify that their Chinese counterpart institutions do not meet this broad definition just to cooperate on activities as simple as study abroad programs. The University of California has said they do not have an intelligence agency within their structure that can do this. This is a completely unreasonable expectation of universities, and that is because the real goal of the legislation is to completely sever academic relations with institutions in China. But ending study abroad programs, student exchanges, and every research agreement will do nothing to make America safer. In fact, the only improvement that this bill makes over the version that Republicans advanced last year is giving the Secretary of Homeland Security the authority to grant waivers. That means universities are expected to ask for a waiver from the same administration that is continually threatening their federal funding and their tax-exempt status. This is a harmful bill that would only serve to weaken America and give the Trump administration yet another weapon to attack the American institutions that they deem are insufficiently loyal to President Trump. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves his time. The distinguished gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll just point out that this bill was actually brought up during the Biden administration. It has nothing to do with one administration or another. And it was bipartisan. And those entities of concern are named and all are labeled within the DOD. And we do have a pattern of history of Confucius Institutes switching names but remaining the same for the purpose of malign influence. And at this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the rule on the DHS Restrictions on Confucius Institutes and Chinese Entities of Concern Act. Over the past decade, Communist China has persecuted Uyghur population for their religious and cultural practices. Xinjiang authorities have detained Uyghurs in internment camps without formal charges, forced them into slave labor, and have committed numerous other human rights abuses against the Uyghur people. This includes severe physical abuse, as well as the forced collection of biometric data like DNA and fingerprint samples. While the Chinese Communist Party refuses to admit it, researchers believe these abuses are a part of China's, quote, second-generation ethnic policy, end quote. This policy advocates the forced assimilation of minorities to create a, quote, state race, end quote. One of the founding fathers of Communist China's second-generation ethnic policy is Wu Engan, who leads the Institute for Contemporary China Studies at Tsinghua University. Unfortunately, American universities such as Yale, Harvard, and the University of Pennsylvania have engaged in partnerships with Tsinghua University. There's no reason why our universities should be complacent in religious persecutions in the 21st century. Last Congress, the House adopted my amendment to address the persecution of Uyghur Muslims in the previous iteration of this legislation. I am grateful that the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, has included the language in this year's bill text. We should all agree that higher education's willingness to look the other way is always unacceptable. For these reasons, I encourage my colleagues to support this rule, which is the first step in ending our university's appeasement of China's crimes against the Uyghur people and to countering China's malign influence and espionage at our academic institutions. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves his time. The gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my
gentleman
time.
reserves his time. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, also a co-sponsor of this bill, Mr. Evans.
Gentleman's recognized from Colorado for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise in strong support of H.R. 881, the DHS Restrictions on Confucius Institutes Act, of which I'm an original co-sponsor. The stakes for our national security, constitutional freedoms, and the future of American innovation could not be higher. My 12 years of service in the Army provided me with a deep understanding of the criminal transnational activities of the Chinese Communist Party. The CCP stealing our intellectual property is not a distant threat. It is actively happening, and it is targeting military readiness and the very foundations of American competitiveness. In my district, where energy production, manufacturing, and agriculture are paramount, we know the looming threat of the Chinese Communist Party on jobs and national security. And as you've heard from my colleagues, the CCP has also systematically expanded its influence throughout Confucius Institutes and affiliate programs on U.S. colleges and campuses. These programs, often cloaked in the promises of language and cultural exchange, have served as vehicles for espionage, intellectual property theft, and transnational repression. We cannot allow these vulnerabilities to persist, and today, House Republicans are taking action. Our nation's most innovative breakthroughs have been developed at U.S. universities while conducting vital research related to defense, energy sciences, and other sensitive industries. Many colleges and universities have accepted CCP funding, hoping to simply expand their foreign language learning, but they have unfortunately opened the doors for our biggest foreign adversary to exploit breakthroughs for Chinese strategic advantage. This bill will protect our institutions of higher education from the dangers of the CCP by prohibiting American universities that receive Department of Homeland Security funding from continuing relationships with Chinese entities of concern. Today, foreign language and cultural exchange programs thrive in my state of Colorado without the influence of CCP dollars, which enhances students' knowledge and growing our nation's vital national security workforce. Mr. Speaker, Congress needs to send a clear message to the CCP that we will not allow foreign powers to erode national security, steal intellectual property, or threaten our immigrant populations. This Congress, I've partnered with my colleagues on other bills in this area, the bipartisan Transnational Repression Act, which continues the important work of stopping Chinese Communist Party surveillance and intimidating Chinese nationals on U.S. soil. We've also introduced the Global Investment in American Jobs Act, and now we must come together to restrict the infiltration of the Chinese Communist Party onto our colleges, onto our college campuses by passing the DHS Restrictions on Confucius Institutes Act. I urge my colleagues to stand in defense of American values and support this bill. Thank you, and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no more speakers at this time. I'm prepared to close after the
gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Mississippi to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
We must carefully balance potential risk to Homeland Security posed by the CCP with the benefits of educational and cultural exchange programs. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas recognized. Gentleman from Mississippi yields back his time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the ranking member and Mr. Magaziner as well, this is a process that's taken a couple of years, and I believe that we've gotten to, again, a good bipartisan bill that addresses the issue at hand. And let me close with this. Continuing to use our taxpayer dollars to give the Chinese Communist Party a front row seat in our universities' classrooms and research labs would be a catastrophic mistake. It's been proven that the CCP does use programs like Confucius Institutes not to build bridges or promote culture, as they may say, but to expand their influence inside the United States for malign purposes. This legislation would put an end to this egregious national security threat, and quite frankly, it's well overdue. And I'd urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to come together to stand firm for our American education system and to vote yes on this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas yields back his time. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 377, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to establish Department of Homeland Security funding restrictions on institutions of higher education that have a relationship with Confucius Institutes and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. For what
Request the,
purpose does
yeas
the
and nays.
distinguished gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman requests the yeas and nays, and the yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1503 and passage of H.R. 881. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1503, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1503, a bill to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking in persons for purposes of the removal of organs and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. Does any member wish to change his or her vote? On this vote, the yeas are 4.
Stations are open.
Miss Kelly of Illinois. Miss Kelly of Illinois votes aye. Miss Salazar. Miss Salazar votes aye.
The yeas are 406, the nays are 1. 407 recorded votes as present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Members will remove their conversations from the floor. The House will be in order. Members will remove their conversations from the floor. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we say goodbye to a longtime member of my staff and also a long-known member here, or long-known face here on the floor of the House, Ben Napier. Ben started his career on the Rules Committee, and he's been a part of Team Scalise for nearly a decade, starting as floor assistant and is working his way all the way up to the position he serves today, floor director of the House of Representatives for the last 6 years. Nobody knows the ins and outs of floor procedure better than Ben, and he's a trusted presence and a familiar face on the floor to all members. Ben has had a hand in every piece of legislation that has crossed the floor in the last 9 years, and has shepherded nearly every House Republican through the process of getting bills to the floor. Ben has been an integral part in setting and carrying out the House agenda during our time in the majority, and has overseen major legislative wins touching everything from tax reform to energy policy to crypto modernization. Ben has been a trusted advisor and a critical team player. His departure will be felt by everyone on Capitol Hill, but I know he will excel in his next chapter. And I want to thank Ben for his years of dedicated service to the Capitol family. Thank you and congratulations, Ben. Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 881, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 62, H.R. 881. A bill to establish Department of Homeland Security funding restrictions on institutions of higher education that have a relationship with Confucius Institutes and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The yeas are 266, the nays are 153. On this, the bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
We on the mic? For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection? House will come to order. If we could please take conversations out in the hallway. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection?
Mr. Speaker, we gather on the floor of the House of Representatives to pay tribute to two United States Marines who died in service to our nation. Lance Corporal Albert A. Aguilera of Riverside and Lance Corporal Marcelino M. Gamino of Fresno were both killed in a tragic vehicle accident while on deployment as part of Joint Task Force Southern Border. Both were combat engineers with the 1st Marine Division at Camp Pendleton, and both were far too young to be taken from their families, friends, and fellow Marines. It is a terrible grief that these families now carry, and it is incumbent on all of us as a nation to remember the sacrifice of these young men. I ask all my colleagues to join us in a moment of silence in memory of Lance Corporal Aguilera and Lance Corporal Gamino. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Yeah. The House will be in order.
Just a few
seconds to clear out of the wells.
House will be in order. Purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure what you're going to hear on the floor today is what you've heard in the past. These rumors that somehow those mean, nasty Republicans are going to cut Medicaid. And you know, it reminds me of what Groucho Marx once said: who are you going to believe, these claims or your lying eyes? This is the graph of what the Republican plan is for Medicaid spending over the next 10 years. This assumes that we actually get all the able-bodied single people without children on Medicaid to agree to work 20 hours a week or volunteer at a church or train. Doesn't seem like too much. The average American thinks that's pretty reasonable. And if we eliminate all the fraud, waste, and abuse, and there's plenty of it, we're left with at least a 25% increase in Medicaid over the past 10 years, over the next 10 years, from the current spending level. Only in Washington could anyone claim that's a cut. Mr. Speaker, who are you going to believe? The claims or your lying eyes? I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Just one moment. The House will be in order. Please take the conversations outside. Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about an issue that touches every community in this country: mental health. More than 1 in 5 adults in the United States lives with a mental health illness. These are our friends, our neighbors, our coworkers, our family members, and for many of us, this is a deeply personal issue. Whether you live in a big city or a small town, almost everyone has a person in their life that is struggling, and chances are you know someone who has struggled, or you could be struggling yourself. In Ohio, we've seen just how urgent this crisis has become, where we have only about half of the behavioral health workforce we need to meet the demand. In fact, there's just one psychiatrist for every 6,000 Ohioans. And that's not just a workforce problem. It's a public health emergency and a safety issue and a challenge to our quality of life. When I came to Congress, I promised to work with anyone from either side of the aisle to address the challenges that matter to most of the people of Ohio's 13th. That's why I've reintroduced the Mental Health Improvement Act, a bipartisan bill to provide tens of millions of dollars annually to expand our behavioral health workforce, helping to train, recruit, and retain mental health professionals across the country. It's a common sense solution that will bring resources directly to communities like mine, helping to address addiction, reduce suicide, and I hope that everyone joins me in passing this bipartisan bill. Our country demands it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Why is the federal government spending more taxpayer dollars on health care for illegal aliens and basement bums instead of those who truly need it? For the past several weeks have been fearful rumblings on both sides of the aisle about reforming Medicaid. But here's the bottom line. If we fail to act now and allow millions more working, capable adults to continue to freeload off Obamacare expansion, taxpayers will bear the burden of what will become a $1 trillion program. Obamacare significantly expanded Medicaid and is quickly bankrupting the program. Ironically, Medicaid expansion has shifted the resources away from the most vulnerable Americans, single moms, infants, and the disabled, in favor of work-capable adults. If 30-year-olds living in their parents' house get more federal Medicaid benefits than pregnant single mothers, then it's clear the system is utterly broken and in dire need of reform. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity before us to finally do what we said we would do. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Thank you very much. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More than 180,000 people in Western Pennsylvania who I represent receive Social Security benefits. Those are earned benefits. More than $350 million of those monthly benefits come into my constituents. I join my colleagues in sounding the alarm of this administration's attacks on the bedrock national promise of Social Security, which Mr. Musk called a Ponzi scheme. We've already seen firings of the Social Security Administration, threatening to close field offices, a website crashing several times in March, a plan to end paper checks as an option, DOJ accessing sensitive data systems, all of this putting people at risk, and the impact will be clear. Longer wait and travel times to get the benefits you've earned, putting those benefits at risk. My office has gotten hundreds and hundreds of calls from constituents worried about their Social Security benefits. My Social Security telephone town hall had nearly 18,000 people join, more than 2,000 folks responding to my survey about these problems. Why? Because people are worried about their earned benefits. Their earned benefits, Mr. Speaker. I will continue to stand strong against these attacks on Social Security. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the over 50 years of service that Linda Johnson Wade has provided the citizens of Pooler, Bloomingdale, Garden City, West Chatham County, and Effingham County as a pharmacy technician. Linda began serving patients at Elliott's Drugs and continued her work at Rupert Heller's Prescriptions, at Carter's Pharmacy, and most recently at Pooler Pharmacy. Throughout the years, she provided crucial health care services to generations of patients, counseling and aiding patients, and providing for their health care needs. Patients depended on her, and she took care of them and became a trusted resource for their health care needs. Linda has recently announced her well-deserved retirement and now will devote her full talents and attention to her family, her husband, Jimmy, her children, Jan and Jared, and her grandchildren, Carly, Abby, and Coleman. Congratulations on your retirement, Linda. A grateful community thanks you for your devotion to providing quality health care to generations of our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Nevada seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor the loss of a true caretaker of Las Vegas, my dear friend and mentor, Elaine Wynn. There are no words and certainly not enough time to express my sadness and share the enormous impact that Elaine had on Las Vegas, Nevada, and this country. Her trailblazing philanthropy touched the lives of millions, whether it was a kid able to play in after-school sports, a struggling student who was able to graduate high school, or a kid who received food backpacks each weekend. And of course, her strong support of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. And Elaine was an incredible businesswoman because her bottom line started with taking care of her employees first and her customers second. While my heart is still heavy, I can't be anything but grateful that I was able to know her and to learn so much from such an amazing woman. Her memory and impact will be felt forever. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate an incredible athlete and an historic moment for North Dakota. Reese Barnhart of Bismarck has made history as the first NCAA Division II national champion in the University of Mary wrestling program. With a dominant 10-4 victory, Reese showed the nation what we in North Dakota have long known. His toughness, work ethic, and determination set him apart. Success like this takes years of discipline, sacrifice, and resilience. I've had the privilege of watching Reese compete long before he stepped onto the national wrestling stage. He played football with both my sons at St. Mary's High School in Bismarck, and I loved watching him fly down the field in reckless ambition. He was fearless then, and he's fearless now. Reese's journey is an inspiration to young athletes across our state. Reese, your hometown, your school, and all of North Dakota are so proud of you. Congratulations on this well-earned and well-deserved national title. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because I've been hearing from so many constituents in Northern Virginia about the Office of Personnel Management. That's because there are currently 16,000 retirement claims pending at OPM, and a lot of them are my constituents, and we were making progress towards reducing that backlog, but then what happened? DOGE and this administration came in and started indiscriminately firing OPM employees. This even included the congressional liaisons who help our offices resolve retirement issues for federal retirees. And I've heard directly from my constituents who spent their careers serving this country, folks who are now waiting months or even years for the retirement benefits that they earned. And this backlog directly impacts their ability to pay their bills, remain financially stable, and live with dignity. Our constituents are paying the price, and we're hearing about it. So let's inject some common sense and fix this process instead of firing key staff for short-term savings. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House. 1 minute. Revise the Senate.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Natural Resources Committee is doing exactly what we said and what President Trump has called for, unleashing American energy and using our own resources to build a stronger economy. Through budget reconciliation, we're generating over $18.5 billion in savings and new revenue by getting Washington out of the way and letting Americans do what we do best, work and produce. We're expanding clean, safe energy production here at home, ramping up mining for critical minerals so we're not relying on China, and cutting the red tape that blocks progress. We're also protecting taxpayers by managing our forests and public lands better so we're not paying out billions later in disaster response, wildfire costs, and cleanup. We're reversing the Biden policies that locked up land, killed jobs, and handed too much power to federal bureaucrats. The plan is really about energy, jobs, putting America first, and it's long overdue. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the Republicans' budget plan that would gut funding for Medicaid. In 2023, my home state of North Carolina achieved a historic victory, finally implementing Medicaid expansion after a decade of political gridlock. Medicaid expansion has helped new moms and their babies during a critical phase of life. It has supported older Americans living in nursing homes, and it has ensured that individuals with disabilities can get the care that they need. Now, Republicans want to roll back this progress to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. Their current budget would immediately terminate Medicaid expansion, ripping away health care from more than 600,000 North Carolinians and shuttering rural hospitals that may never be able to open their doors again. Don't let them fool you. The Republican budget is cruel, and it will cost the lives of North Carolinians. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Requesting permission to address the House and revise and extend my remarks. Unanimous consent, please.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know, gutting Medicaid. This is what it looks like. You can see it goes up 25% over 10 years, only in Washington, D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, the difference between the last administration and the current one is the last administration restricted the states from cleaning up the Medicaid rolls and verifying eligibility. Now, I don't know what the coalition here is in the House of Representatives that is for that, but apparently it's the same one that's for over $100 billion lost annually to improper payments. There's a coalition here, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, that wants to take tax dollars and pay $100 billion, losing it annually to improper payments. What we're asking the states to do is verify eligibility and issue payments to protect people in poverty, pregnant women, the disabled, and children. What the Republican plan is doing is saving Medicare for the people it was intended to be there for. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'd like to honor George Torres and Ursula Cruz Green from Bronx Community Board 12, which serves the North Bronx neighborhoods including Wakefield and Edenwald in the 16th Congressional District. My friend Richie Torres represents other neighborhoods in this area. George Torres is the district manager of Community Board 12. Born and raised in the Bronx, his parents still live in the Parkchester home that he grew up in. After serving in several roles in the Bronx for city and state officials, including Jose Serrano and Mayor Bloomberg, George joined Community Board 12 in 2015. His experience makes him a tremendous liaison for public officials and community leaders in the Bronx. Ursula Cruz Green is the community coordinator and has been with Community Board 12 since 1995. She started as a temporary employee, and her hard work paid off, becoming a permanent employee 6 months later. Ursula's dedication to the community is clear to anyone who knows her. Our community is lucky to have such dedicated public service servants like Ursula and George. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you both Ursula and George.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the original Medicaid program was designed to help the disabled, pregnant women, seniors, children. Then there was this expansion that came along, and it's filled with able-bodied adults of working age who could be working. That is the fastest growing program in the United States today. And they pay out about $100 billion a year in, frankly, lost payments. So the Republicans want to deal with that. And how we're dealing with it is an increase in funding over the next 10 years of 25%. But by golly, we just heard somebody say, we're going to gut it, going to gut it. Only in Washington, D.C. was someone say an increase in spending is a cut. That's the weirdness of this place, but this is the reality and this is the facts right here. Yield back.
Thank you. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to honor Tracy Havens, a second-grade teacher at Hicks Canyon Elementary School in my district. Tracy has taught our kids in Irvine for the past 20 years and had the honor recently of being one of 6 educators out of 20,000 across Orange County to be selected as Orange County Teacher of the Year. Tracy is known for her outstanding ability to build a positive classroom culture and to find creative ways to engage her students. She goes above and beyond also outside of the classroom as well. She mentors teacher candidates and serves as a lead math model for her district, while also helping her students leave their mark through community initiatives. Teachers like Tracy inspire us all, and they're the foundation of the American dream. As a product of California Public Schools myself, the father of 3 young kids in California Public Schools, and a former educator, I know how important public education is for economic advancement. Dedicated teachers like Tracy, who go the extra mile for their students, are the key to a good public education. So congratulations, Tracy, on earning Teacher of the Year, and thank you to the thousands of teachers across Orange County for your tireless work to lift up future generations. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Medicaid was created to provide health insurance for the poor, blind, disabled, pregnant, and elderly. As you can see from this Paragon chart, Medicaid is no longer for the poor and now serves more people living above the poverty line than below it. Additionally, since 2012, the Medicaid population has grown 60%, while the U.S. population has only grown 6%, according to the Foundation for Government Accountability. Following Obamacare's Medicaid expansion, able-bodied adults now make up its largest subgroup, according to FGA. Democrats claim these able-bodied adults are working, but these claims are derived from self-reported data relying on sample sizes as small as a few dozen. In reality, FGA has records for 21 million beneficiaries among 23 states, showing that 6 in 10 of these able-bodied beneficiaries do not work at all. As more able-bodied individuals are added to Medicaid, truly needy and disabled Americans are being displaced from priority services. 700,000 disabled Americans are stuck on Medicaid wait lists, while able-bodied adults above the poverty line have access to taxpayer-funded health care. The goal of social programs should never be to gain able-bodied enrollees, but to decrease government dependency and help them escape poverty, as shown in this chart depiction during the contract with America and the first administration time period. I yield.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize Ted Buliu for a lifetime of service supporting our Minneapolis community. As a senior at De La Salle High School in Minneapolis in 1952, Ted first started volunteering at House of Charities Dining Hall to help feed Minnesotans going hungry. This was just the start of his decades of service. Later in life, Ted founded the Minneapolis Affordable Housing nonprofit Project for Pride in Living, helping folks find stable housing. Now, at 91, Ted paints to raise funds for nonprofits throughout Minneapolis. This weekend, he raised $12,000 at his art sale to benefit nonprofits working to end homelessness, address hunger for Aget Housing and Services, Gloveland Emergency Food Shelf, and Sabathani Food Shelf. Ted truly embodies what it means to live a life of service. It is truly an honor to recognize him here today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's very important that we here in the chamber discuss the truths behind Medicaid and how we are working to save it. But today, right now, Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart to honor the life and service of a local hero from my district, Assistant Fire Chief Chip Chittister of the Hartford Volunteer Fire Company in Susquehanna County, Pennsylvania. Chip very sadly passed away on April 27th from complications stemming from injuries he sustained in an early March fight against fire in his community. Chip he grew up in the firehouse, volunteering from a young age alongside his father, who had served as assistant chief. His early calling turned into a lifetime of service, 40 years with the department, Mr. Speaker, including 29 years as assistant chief. Chip was a mentor to younger members, served on several truck teams, and was trusted, steady presence throughout the community. To those who knew him, he never met a person who didn't become a friend, and once a friend, you were always a friend. Community members just describe him as one great guy. We extend our deepest sympathies to Chip's wife of nearly 20 years, Barbara, to his entire family, and to the Hartford Volunteer Fire Company. Thank you all for your service. May God bless his soul. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purposes does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to celebrate the members of Ohio's Lyons-Royalton Fire Department, a pillar of the Lyons community. Firefighters recently saved the life of a local man while responding to a fire call. Homeowners Barb and Steve Bates reported a fire that had sparked in the woods. When the fire crew arrived, they contained the fire with the help of Mr. Bates, who then, sadly, experienced cardiac arrest. Firefighter and EMT Tim Illithorpe, Fire Chief Devin Kelbel, and Lyons Fire Chief Zachary Miramontes launched into action performing life-saving efforts. They succeeded. This illustrates how our brave first responders will always answer the call. In honor of the bravery of all first responders lost in the line of duty and recognizing National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Weekend. Let us celebrate those who are sworn to serve and to their dedication to public service to others. As members of our community who make great sacrifices, first responders truly are the backbone of public safety. They are the heroes and sheroes of our Northwest Ohio communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, my district has more Social Security recipients than 87% of the congressional districts nationwide. Back home, I heard a clear, urgent message from seniors. They are scared. Scared because Social Security and Medicare are not luxuries, they are lifelines. They are earned benefits, not handouts. And now they're at great risk because DOJ-led staff cuts are making it impossible to get through and breaking the agency. I introduced the Social Security Expansion Act with Representative Schakowsky, Senator Sanders, and Senator Warren because we believe that protecting the promise of Social Security is our duty. Our bill would increase the benefit by over $2,400 a year, extend the life of the program by 75 years, all without costing 91% of Americans 1 cent more. We owe that to seniors who built this country and to future generations who deserve the same dignity in retirement. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the good gentleman from Missouri seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, another child in St. Louis, in the St. Louis region, is gone too early. Marshawn Futrell Jr. was 11 years old, a football star, a big brother, a son. Monday night, this 11-year-old was yet another victim of senseless gun violence. Across the St. Louis region, 20 children have been shot since the beginning of 2025. This is not just a crisis, it's a collapse of our responsibility to protect our children. Gun violence is ripping through our neighborhoods, and if we truly believe in public safety, then we must start treating it like what it is, a public health emergency. That means common sense gun reform, investments in trauma-informed care, and asking ourselves how many more funerals before we decide enough is enough. To the families who have suffered the unspeakable tragedy of losing a loved one, I hear you, I see you, and I will not stop fighting for the change we are long overdue for. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the good lady from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bigotry and hate threaten our mutual safety, and they deny our interconnectedness. Yet, from the murder of Wadea Afayumi in Illinois to the recent attack on celebrants during the Syrian New Year parade in Iraq, to the persecution of Ukrainian Christians by Russian occupation forces, so many of our neighbors at home and abroad live with vulnerability and insecurity as they endure the dangers of religious and ethnic persecution within their own communities. It is important that these incidents, though only a fraction of the examples we have of the destructive force of hate, are confronted and placed on the congressional record. Congress must renew its commitment to root out hate-fueled violence that violates our neighbors' safety, their dignity, and their rights because of their religion, because of their ethnicity or beliefs. A more just, peaceful, and loving world that recognizes our diversity and honors our shared humanity is, in fact, possible. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the good lady from Arizona seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor local Phoenix trailblazer and community leader Mary Rose Wilcox. As the first Hispanic woman ever elected to the Phoenix City Council and to the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, Mary Rose spent her career in public service standing up for our vibrant immigrant and Latino communities and lifting up underserved neighborhoods like South Phoenix, the West Valley, and Grant Park. Even in retirement, her and her husband Earl continue to bring the community together, utilizing their restaurant, El Portal, as a gathering space for advocacy and organizing. And she has been a huge inspiration to me in my career. More than anything, Mary Rose shows all of us what it means to be a fighter. Despite having faced discrimination, threats, and even violence, Mary Rose stands tall as an example of the resilient spirit of Phoenix. I was so glad to see her recently honored with a ceremonial street sign at 2nd Avenue and Grant Street, now named Mary Rose Wilcox Way. And this weekend, I was honored to attend the celebration for the new Mary Rose Wilcox Health Center in Grant Park. Thank you for your service and for your kindness, Mary Rose, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the good gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to the Trump administration's proposal to gut the National Institutes of Health. Put simply, NIH's work is the difference between life and death for millions of Americans. Almost everyone knows someone who has lost a loved one to cancer or Alzheimer's, and cutting NIH funding will halt progress on developing cures for these diseases, just as we are on the cusp of once-in-a-generation advancements. 99% of all FDA therapies between 2010 and 2019 were tied to NIH-funded science. And thanks to its research, heart disease deaths dropped 75% over the past 40 years. If the majority wants to have a debate about whether it's worth curing diseases, let's have it. I invite my colleagues to explain to their constituents why they are against fighting cancer or Alzheimer's. I urge them to reject these devastating cuts and stand up for the well-being of the American people, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the good gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to speak for a minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, we're on the final couple-week home stretch with regard to our big, beautiful bill, and there are going to be a lot of debates as to what we should do. Some people actually want to expand programs, which in our current crisis is unbelievable for a Republican to do. But I'm going to address which tax cuts we have. You know, different tax cuts do different things. We have tax credits to encourage manufacturing. We have tax credits to encourage more work. We have tax credits to encourage more research. We have tax cuts to encourage more children. But there's some people who want tax cuts to encourage state and local governments to spend more money and raise taxes. When I was home over the weekend, I talked to one of my county executives. He says, Glenn, don't let it happen. He's a conservative county exec, and he's trying to hold down the spending on a county level. And here the people in Washington are talking about encouraging more state and local taxes. Please, friends, stand up and fight. Do not encourage our state and local governments to raise taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition? Without objection, the good lady is recognized for 1 minute.
Don't believe the lies. House Republicans are trying to pass a budget that kicks people off health care. Today, the Congressional Budget Office released an analysis that Republicans' proposals that they're considering would slash Medicaid spending that would lead to millions of people losing health care coverage. Behind every Medicaid recipient is a person whose life depends on it. Brian Gutierrez, a constituent from Southgate, California, lives with spina bifida, a lifelong disability. He says, quote, "For many of us, these cuts are not abstract numbers. They are the difference between stability and crisis, between life and death. I'm healthy today because Medicaid stood by me. I'm thriving because I'm consistent, reliable access to the care I need. Medicaid makes independence possible. It makes survival possible. It makes dignity possible. Any threat to Medicaid is a threat to our lives," end quote. The Republican budget is a threat to millions of lives. That's why House Democrats are fighting to protect Medicaid. Please keep your hands off Medicaid. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, have the honor to transmit a sealed envelope received from the White House on May 7, 2025 at 2:50 p.m., said to contain a message from the President on the continuation of the national emergency with respect to the Central African Republic. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk of the House.
The clerk will report the message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the Central African Republic declared in Executive Order 13667 of May 12, 2014 is to continue in effect beyond May 12, 2025. The situation in and in relation to the Central African Republic, which has been marked by a breakdown of law and order, intersectarian tension, widespread violence and atrocities, and the pervasive, often forced recruitment and use of child soldiers, including widespread violence and atrocities committed by Kremlin-linked entities such as the Wagner Group, threatens the peace, security, or stability of the Central African Republic and neighboring states, and continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13667. Signed sincerely, Donald J. Trump, the White House, May 7, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a communication.
To the Congress. The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, have the honor to transmit a sealed envelope received from the White House on May 7, 2025 at 2:50 p.m., said to contain a message from the President on the continuation of a national emergency with respect to the actions of the government of Syria. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk of the House. To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the actions of the government of Syria declared in Executive Order 13338 of May 11, 2004, as modified in scope and relied upon for additional steps taken in Executive Order 13399 of April 25, 2006, Executive Order 13460 of February 13, 2008, Executive Order 13572 of April 29, 2011, Executive Order 13573 of May 18, 2011, Executive Order 13582 of August 17, 2011, Executive Order 13606 of April 22, 2012, and Executive Order 13608 of May 1, 2012, is to continue in effect beyond May 11, 2025. Syria's lack of structure and limited governance capability with respect to chemical weapons and combating terrorist organizations continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. For these reasons, I have determined that it is necessary to continue, in effect, the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13338. the United States will consider changes in policies and actions of Syria in determining whether to continue or terminate this national emergency in the future. Signed sincerely, Donald J. Trump, the White House, May 7th, 2025.
The Speaker appreciates that the clerk has reported the message and now orders that it be referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to be joined by my colleagues this evening to talk about our progress on the reconciliation bill, as well as the importance of supporting our Main Street businesses during Small Business Week. I understand some of my colleagues have commitments, and I want to be respectful of their time, so I'll have them start us off before I provide some of my own comments. And with that, I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman and much improved representative from the previous individual of the great state of North Dakota, Ms. Fedorchak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Representative Moore. Thank you. I never get tired of that joke. Mr. Speaker, as we consider the critical reforms in the reconciliation process, I rise today to make the case for why we must eliminate the generous federal subsidies for wind and solar energy paid for by taxpayers. By continuing to incentivize these intermittent energy sources, with generous tax credits, we are distorting energy markets, sending the absolute wrong signal to investors, and spending hundreds of billions of dollars in taxpayer money. We must stop providing generous incentives that run contrary to the types of energy resources we need. And tonight, I want to highlight 10 reasons why. Yes, you heard me right. There are 10 good reasons to eliminate these incentives. First, the cost to taxpayers is enormous. Over the next decade, these subsidies are projected to cost up to $900 billion. Second, these subsidies are driving instability in our power grid. Right now, 2/3 of the country is at risk of not having enough power to meet demand. That's not a few years from now. That's not a near long-term problem. That is today. Keep in mind, the power needed for AI is also growing exponentially, further creating a more difficult problem for us. Third, grid operators are asking for dispatchable resources, such as coal, natural gas, and nuclear. Yet, we continue to incentivize the opposite. These reliable resources are being prematurely retired, and we're not replacing them with the technologies we can count on around the clock. This is not a political statement. It's simply a matter of physics. We don't need to imagine the consequences of retiring these baseload energy resources. Spain, just a few weeks ago, experienced nationwide blackouts, and their economy came to a grinding halt. Spain relied on wind and solar for 80% of its power, which is ultimately what jeopardized their grid. This should be a wake-up call for policymakers everywhere. That brings me to reason number 4. Despite the warning signs and the cries from grid operators, 95% of the projects waiting to connect to our grid in the U.S. are wind and solar. 95%. That's not because of market demand for wind and solar. It's because of the very generous subsidies that this body and the rest of Washington continues to provide for these resources. This artificial growth is making it harder for reliable baseload generation to connect to the grid. Number 5, these same incentives are distorting the market. Eliminating these subsidies would allow private investment to go toward other technologies that are more in line with what our grid actually needs. As I mentioned earlier, with the rise of AI, we're going to need a lot more power. We should be sending the right market signals to bring the power on that will actually meet the demand that we need for the future. Number 6, wind and solar are no longer emerging technologies. They are mature. They are widely developed. Wind and solar now account for 17% of our electric generation. The cost of these technologies has also dropped dramatically, and this is the 7th reason to phase them out. Wind and solar technologies have less overhead, longer lifespans, and higher profits than they did when these credits were introduced nearly 30 years ago in the 1990s. For example, the cost of solar has decreased more than 80% since 2010. Truly, the market is more than capable of supporting continued growth without subsidies. And as if that isn't compelling enough, there are yet more reasons to phase out these subsidies. Number 8, their efficiency has increased substantially. Today's wind turbines and solar panels are far more productive than they were even a decade ago. When I first started permitting these projects 12 years ago, the capacity factor for wind was around 25%. Today, that average capacity factor is up to 40%, and in some places, even 50%. Clearly, these are proven technologies. Number 9, the true cost of installing wind and solar is often misrepresented. Advocates routinely leave out the cost of the massive transmission infrastructure needed to connect remote wind and solar projects to population centers. They also ignore the cost of backup generation needed to keep the lights on at night or when the wind isn't blowing. The low-cost claims don't account for these expenses, but rest assured, utility customers still pay for them. And last but not least, eliminating these subsidies is fully consistent with an all-of-the-above energy strategy. I believe in competition. Wind and solar are viable, market-proven, widely available technologies. Mr. Speaker, it is time to let them compete and succeed without the help of federal taxpayers. Phasing out these tax credits will save taxpayers billions of dollars, help restore reliability to our power grid, and help deliver on the promise of one big, beautiful bill to make America stronger, safer, and more competitive. Let's retire these subsidies permanently. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you to the gentlewoman from North Dakota. And I will now yield so much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Stutzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to talk on such an important issue that faces our country. Our country's been ailing since 2020, but thankfully President Trump is back along with Republicans in both the House and the Senate, and we're ready to govern responsibly. The prescription that will help heal our country and get us back on track is the beautiful reconciliation bill that Republicans have been working on diligently to get to President Trump's desk. It cannot be overstated. Our debt crisis is out of control. When I was first sworn into office in 2010, our federal government had $9 trillion of debt. When I left temporarily in 2017, despite our efforts to curb spending, it had doubled to $18 trillion of debt. And now today in 2025, we're staring down the barrel of $36 trillion of debt. This is only going to hurt our children, grandchildren, and frankly, it's going to hurt us today. Republicans' big, beautiful bill was passed out of our budget committee just under 3 months ago and is already well on its way to being approved by this body by Memorial Day. The legislation that committees are marking up this week and next are going to usher in the new golden age of America by prioritizing revolutionary conservative agenda that will improve the efficiency of government and finally get a handle on runaway spending that has gone unchecked for far too long. This bill is going to lower taxes. This bill is also going to increase border security and restore fiscal sanity back to the greatest country on earth. Gone are the days of prioritizing wokeness, frivolous spending, and the leftist dream of open borders. And here to stay is a new era of putting America first. The American people spoke loud and clear in November. They are ready for Washington to operate in a new patriotic way and a responsible way. And our reconciliation package is the first step in that direction. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of such a historic opportunity, and we as Republicans cannot let this opportunity slip by. And I appreciate our Speaker and the leader in the Senate working together well, and this body working together to make sure that our country is strong, not only for our generation, but for generations to come, and continue to keep America great. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Indiana. We appreciate his work. We share a lot of work together on the Budget Committee, and it's been a very active time. I will now yield so much time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from quite possibly maybe the second best state out there in the West, second to Utah, of course. I think we have that mantle pretty well locked up, but there's some other good ones in the running. Ms. Hagman.
I like being in the top 5. I rise to recognize Wyoming's outstanding small businesses during this Small Business Week. Like Wyoming's diverse topography, from pastures to sagebrush to majestic mountains, our small business landscape boasts a robust variety of services and industries. We have small businesses catering to the oil and gas industry, mining and energy, and we have boutique shops that make up our incredibly vibrant downtown areas. We have international businesses like Brunton within our state and those with similar national prominence, even some supporting our space mission, our military, and putting food on the tables of Americans across this great country. I recently had the opportunity to meet Wyoming's Small Business Person of the Year, Lauren Hirschchap of Brunton International. Lauren is an innovator who saw an opportunity to improve a product she used every day. She worked with her husband to refine the tool and presented it to Brunton, a company which at the time was just a business whose equipment Lauren was using. Within only a few years from presenting that idea, the company deciding to move forward with then manufacturing and eventually marketing the new product, Lauren and her husband David purchased that company. And thanks to Lauren, Brunton International is now, once again, an American-owned company, and it is a beacon of resilience and prominence, in no small part due to the company's passionate leaders who are willing to take on new opportunities with enthusiasm and trudge through challenges with tenacity. Wyoming businessmen and women are a special kind of people. If you're in business in Wyoming, you're willing to be both the janitor and the CEO, sometimes even on the same day. You have a growth mindset and are willing to take on the challenges brought by fluctuating markets. You both strive to progress into new areas, but are willing to take time for one-off projects in order to help an individual in your hometown. For Wyoming's business community and small businesses across our great nation, I am committed to ensuring that we pass legislation that creates a legacy and regulatory climate that allows our small businesses to be competitive and to grow. Small businesses are pivotal to the success of our nation's economy. I join my colleagues this week in celebration of the small businesses that keep our country thriving, and I will work with them to ensure that there is opportunity long into the future. With that, I yield back.
Thank you to the gentlewoman from Wyoming. I appreciate her being a part of the special order this evening. And our last colleague that is going to address us this evening is a new member from the great state of Kansas, Representative Schmidt. Also an improvement to the previous member. He's a good friend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll have no comment on that last comment, my colleague from Utah. Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to join my colleagues tonight in recognition of National Small Business Week, and actually all the parts we've talked about are connected. National Small Business Week recognizes the importance of the small businesses throughout all of our communities, and the numbers aren't that different state to state. In my home state of Kansas, 99% of the businesses that operate are small businesses. Whether they're small businesses on Main Street, small mom and pop shops, little manufacturing operations, farming operations, supporting operations, 99% of our businesses are small businesses. And those 99% in my state employ about 600,000 Kansans, which is roughly half the total number of Kansans who work. So all but 1% of our businesses, 99%, employ half of our people who rely on them for their livelihood, for their hopes, for their jobs, for their benefits in many cases, and for filling their days, because they obviously have to work in order to support their families and pursue their dreams. So we cannot overstate the importance of small businesses to all of us, the people we represent. And yet that often doesn't get itself reflected in the decisions and the actions that come out of this town. My colleagues have talked a bit about reconciliation, and I say these are connected because we are going to make large policy decisions here in the House and in the Senate and with the President over the course of the coming weeks that are going to have huge implications for all of those small businesses on our Main Street and all of those individuals who work in them and rely on them for their livelihoods. We talk a lot about the tax implications, and that's not my focus this evening. It's critically important. We have to extend the small business and middle-class tax relief so that those businesses can continue to operate and continue to employ the people we represent. But I want to talk a little bit tonight about the regulatory environment and the burden that we have created, really a tax by another means. When the government says to a small business, "Thou shalt do this," the compliance cost of doing this is borne by that business, and it comes out of their bottom line or out of their pockets. It takes away from their ability to invest in expanding and growing and hiring more people. It has the same effect of taking another dollar of tax out of their pocket to pay not for their priorities or their community's priorities or their employees' priorities, but for the government's priorities. And that is true whether it's a dollar taken out of their pockets, collected in tax, in cash, or whether it's a dollar taken out of their pockets and ordered by the government to be used to comply with a government requirement, a mandate, a regulation. I am one who believes, because my constituents have told me this, that one of the most important things we can do and must do in this Congress is make real progress on regulatory relief for the small businesses that all of our communities rely on. And we've begun to take some steps. You know, Mr. Speaker, that we are currently using one of several tools available to us in this body to undo some, a small number, but some, of the newer regulations that have piled burdens onto our small businesses. We're using the Congressional Review Act. We only have a short amount of time we can use that tool, so we got to strike while the iron's hot. We have so far in the House used that tool to propose undoing 15 new regulations that were adopted in roughly the last 6 months of the prior administration. Of those 15 that we have approved here, 3 have been signed into law by the President, so we've done 3. Another 6 have been approved by the Senate and are currently awaiting President Trump's signature. And then there are an additional 6 that are awaiting consideration and I hope and expect passage in the Senate. So that's good. It's a good thing. We're using the tool available to try to make progress to provide some relief for those small businesses. But Mr. Speaker, it's barely a drop in the bucket. It's barely a drop in the bucket. The chart next to me was compiled by George Washington University. It shows the number of pages in the Federal Register, starting back in 1950. The Federal Register, of course, is the government book, the government entity, where all of the agency regulations, not the laws passed by this body, but the agency regulations, the bureaucratic regulations, get published. And they have the force and effect of law. They are just as burdensome and binding on somebody running a mom-and-pop shop on Main Street in Kansas as is a statute enacted by this body. Usually, they are regulations adopted by an agency at the direction or with the permission or arguably with the permission of this body. We fight over that sometimes when agencies exceed the authority they were given. But there's a penchant here in Congress to avoid some of the hard decisions and just ship it downtown, let the agencies have a lot of running room, and as a result of that, you get lots of decisions, and sometimes they're not consistent. So one administration goes one way and another administration goes the next way, or they adopt one regulation and then they pile another regulation on top of it and then another on top of that. I heard a term the other day, I'd never heard it before. Coral reefing, this idea that you lay down something that's living and makes sense and then that layer dies and you just build another on top and another on top, and eventually you get this giant dead mass. That's what we've done with a lot of these agency regulations. Part of it's Congress's fault. Part of it is the agency's fault. If you look at this chart, Mr. Speaker, back in 1950, roughly the time they started publishing the Federal Register, compiling all these agency rules, diktats, actions, there were about 10,000 pages. It's about how long it was, the sum of all regulations adopted by agencies. The year I was born in 1968, it had grown fivefold to 50,000 pages. And when this chart was compiled about a year ago, a little more, it was nearly 200,000 pages. Nearly 200,000 pages of regulations that folks in our country, our small businesses, have to comply with. And by the way, to put that in comparison, the number of pages in the U.S. Code, the laws actually adopted by the people's representatives in this body, last time it was compiled, it was around 60,000 pages. So about 4 times, roughly, 3-4 times as many rules and requirements on Main Street businesses written by people nobody out in the real world ever voted for, as opposed to laws that their elected representatives are accountable for. And by the way, this chart is not current. It doesn't include those regulations piled on top of this last tallest bar. Since this chart was compiled, we know that in the last 5 months of the Biden administration alone, more than 1,400 new regulations were adopted and shoved out the door. That's not 1,400 pages. That's 1,400 regulations, most of which were long. So this chart is actually much higher. So, Mr. Speaker, I just rise tonight to remind all of my colleagues and all of us who serve in these roles how important it is that during this Small Business Week, as we are doing our reconciliation bill and we're doing all the things we do, that we not forget about this hidden tax, that we have created this burden that we have placed on the 99% of businesses, small businesses in our community, who employ half the people working in my state, making it harder for them to do what they do, what we rely on them to do, what we count on them to do, and more importantly, what the people we represent, our constituents, count on them to do. We can't lose sight of it. We must fix this system, tear down some of the coral reef, and get those lines moving back down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Thank you to the gentleman from Kansas. Excellent points. We all talk small business. We all use it as a line and bullet point, and we all say we support them, and then where does the actual policy come in? Those are incredibly important points to highlight, that they are the lifeblood. We've got data that suggests Utah, which has an incredible economy, strong work ethic, low unemployment, good volunteerism across the board, like just ranked high in the economic indicators for the country, and we are heavy tilted towards small business out of Utah. Not an enormous amount of global headquarters for big multinational firms. It's a ton of small businesses. So thank you for highlighting that. Thank you to my other colleagues for being here to discuss the ongoings for this week. We've heard so much about the reconciliation process and the dangers of not getting this done. There is a real threat. We're working under unique circumstances because there's a time limit set for the end of this year that if we don't accomplish this piece of legislation, there's no other way to look at it except for the fact that taxes will increase on virtually every American family and business. And we desperately want to create good, strong, predictable tax policy so our companies and our families can continue to thrive, can continue to understand what their landscape is for them to compete and go and create more job growth. actually go and create more revenue for our nation to become a wealthier nation. This is a priority for Republicans. It's a priority for House GOP leadership, President and his administration, and we are neck deep in the process of getting this over the finish line. This bill will deliver on our conservative agenda and make positive changes that we know Americans want. From a more secure border to stronger domestic energy resources to more efficient federal programs to a tax code that supports families and businesses. This is a once-in-a-generation moment, and I'm grateful to be a part of this effort on both the Ways and Means and Budget committees. There is, obviously, a lot going into this, and on the Ways and Means Committee, we're trying to find the sweet spot of many considerations at play. We need to ensure the provisions in the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act aren't just extended, but where possible, made permanent. If we don't act, we risk seeing critical policies roll back, such as the child tax credit, which goes back to just $1,000. It was $1,000 prior to 2017. Republicans doubled it. That reverts back to $1,000. $1,000 in 2026, after the inflation that we've seen over the last 4 years in the previous administration, is a significantly different number than it would be from pre-2017. And while we can't solve the debt crisis with this bill alone, it will drive strong economic growth, bolster GDP. We know this because we've seen this, and it puts us in a better position to address our national deficits. This is probably the most substantive action I've been a part of, and it's been an honor to have been right in the thick of it. Over the last few weeks, several committees have passed bills aimed at saving billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're well on our way to making historic savings a reality. And as we work on this, as we work through this, we're doing so with a clear focus on the needs of our economy, particularly on small businesses. This week is Small Business Week, and recognizing the hard work of our small business owners is something that we can all support from both sides of the aisle. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy. As I mentioned, what it means to the state of Utah, and they are critical to every local community across this country. In this role, I am grateful to get to know as many small business owners and hear their concerns, understand their areas of growth, what their opportunities are, and most importantly, what their challenges. Going back to the reconciliation package, and we're working on particularly the tax portion, we're looking to deliver positive results to our small businesses and craft policies that allow them to thrive. The 199 Cap A small business LLC S Corp deduction from their qualified business expense, a 20% deduction, expires at the end of this year. That is a massive tax hike on small businesses. And this is oftentimes a category that gets overlooked because you talk about corporations and you talk about high net worth individuals, but the small businesses are structured that their ordinary income is taxed at what some of the highest income individuals of our tax situation. And so these small businesses are taxed at a significantly high rate, oftentimes higher than other corporations. We need to make sure that 199 Cap A is extended, and if not, just extended, made permanent. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act made our small businesses more competitive. And we want to continue to pursue policies that provide regulatory relief, economic stability, and the ability to grow and create jobs. Again, I thank my colleagues for joining me tonight to talk about these important issues, and we will continue to dig into this in the weeks to come. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from California, Mr. Min, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the recognition to speak tonight. Before I begin my remarks, I want to ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Now, we just heard all day from Republicans on the other side of the aisle that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is going to lead to helping small businesses and reducing the deficit. But what we just missed in all this discussion was any discussion of the T word. And I'm not talking about Trump here, I'm talking about tariffs. And in fact, when I talk to the small businesses in my district, that is the number 1, number 2, and number 3 concerns that they have. And when we talk about the deficits and the jobs creation that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act are supposed to have, note that this is going to add $7 trillion to our national debt. It will blow up our deficit. And in fact, Donald Trump is responsible for roughly 40% of the national debt just in the 4 years in which he was in office. And he oversaw, of course, the worst jobs record of any president since Herbert Hoover. That's right. He oversaw the worst jobs growth of any president since the Great Depression, and now it looks like he is doubling down on those failed policies, and congressional Republicans are looking to support those efforts and potentially take us into the Great Depression 2.0, as economist after economist has warned us. But that is not what I'm here to talk about today. I rise today to speak about the Trump administration's egregious Hatch Act violations and also Congress's failure to hold Donald Trump and his administration accountable for these gross violations of law. And that is, of course, a theme that we have seen. Trump has bent and broken the law, key provisions of the Constitution over and over and over. And yet this body, which, as any kid knows, is supposed to be a co-equal branch of government to the president, the executive branch, has rolled over and played dead rather than holding anybody accountable. So today we heard another oversight hearing about something that people in my district just don't care about, trans athletes who are fencing in different types of competitive atmospheres. That may be something for local sporting bodies to take up. It is not something that is pressing to my constituents. It's not pressing in the way that the corruption, the lawlessness, the tariffs, or so many other things are. And the Hatch Act, I think, embodies the problems we're seeing right now with just the sheer criminality and lawlessness of this administration and the failure of Congress, again, a co-equal branch of government, in standing up for itself. We have an hour for this special order, but we would need much more time to talk about all the Hatch Act violations made by members of the Trump administration. And this is important to me because as someone who has spent my career trying to uphold the rule of law, I turned down Wall Street to begin my career at the Securities and Exchange Commission to crack down on corporate fraud, exactly of the type that Donald Trump and many of his allies are committing right now, securities fraud, corporate fraud, and the like. Whether as a law professor at the University of California, Irvine, I have spent my career trying to uphold law enforcement and the rule of law, and right now we are just seeing a level of sheer criminality and lawlessness that is unprecedented in history. What is happening right now makes the Teapot Dome scandal, all these scandals we read about in history, look like penny ante stuff. And the Trump administration is doing everything it can right now to allow for people to violate the Hatch Act. And I want to emphasize the Hatch Act was a series of laws passed by Congress to prevent senior officials in the administration from abusing their positions, their official executive branch positions, to campaign, to engage in politics. And so, of course, the Trump administration issued an executive order essentially undoing many of the provisions of the Hatch Act, allowing members of the administration to use their official offices to campaign for Donald Trump and Republicans, something that is totally outrageous, something that is totally in defiance of the Hatch Act. This is a law that we passed in Congress, and no, the president does not get to make law by executive order. Executive orders, this president has issued more executive orders than the last 10 presidents combined already, and we're only 3.5 months into his presidency. Executive orders do not rewrite laws that we pass. And I want to remind you all something that my kids learn in 3rd grade, that Article 1 of the Constitution gives Congress, and only Congress, the authority to create laws, to enact laws. The president does not get to rewrite laws that we pass, including the Hatch Act, by just having his lawyers come up with some nonsense and calling it an executive order, and yet that is what we have seen done here. The administration has also directed the Office of Special Counsel to refer Hatch Act violations by White House commissioned officers directly to the president for disciplinary action, rather than the Independent Merit Systems Protection Board. What he is basically saying is, send those to the White House. And if you expect this White House to enforce any violations of law committed by a Trump supporter, well, you haven't been following the news at all, because, of course, this White House, this president, from the very beginning when he pardoned all of the January 6th felons, including people that had assaulted police officers, he pardoned them, again, showing his contempt for the rule of law. So if we're relying on the White House to enforce the law, we've got another thing coming. Now, this is good news for people like Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, who told viewers during a Fox News interview in March that they could buy Tesla stock, that they should buy Tesla stock. Again, violating his position, abusing his position, going on national television to promote a stock aligned with Donald Trump's interests. It also looks to be great news for people like Lynn Patton, who's returning to work for President Trump this week after finishing up a 2-month suspension from federal service after she improperly used her position with the Department of Housing and Urban Development for political purposes during President Trump's first term. It's also good news for all the White House employees who helped set up that shameless display where Trump and his White House essentially turned the White House lawn into a Tesla dealership promoting Tesla. Where is the rule of law? Where is the concern for enforcement of the rule of law? I know a lot of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle profess to care a lot about crime, and yet we have seen them turn a blind eye over and over and over to the many, many acts of criminality committed by this administration. With that, I want to yield to my colleague from Long Beach, the former mayor of Long Beach, the best-looking politician out of Long Beach, Mr. Robert Garcia.
Thank you, Congressman Min. I appreciate you having this opportunity for us to speak. We all know that the Hatch Act is here to keep partisan politics out of our government. It's been in place for over 80 years, and I rise today to make sure that our government serves every single American. Now, we know that the Hatch Act protects public service from being used for political gain. It means you can't use a government office to help a political campaign or promote a candidate. Now, I was mayor of Long Beach for 8 years, 2 terms, and I knew it didn't matter how my constituents voted. We had to serve them all equally. We had to put our community above politics. Now, here in Washington, the Hatch Act was written to keep trust in our government strong. It helps make sure public officials stay focused on the job they were elected or hired to do, not on personal or political goals. But Donald Trump, of course, thinks he is above the law. We've seen President Trump and Elon Musk try to pressure government workers to do their bidding, to help themselves personally and politically. Now, in his first term, Donald Trump profited from his hotels in violation of the Constitution. But now his conduct is even more extreme. Now, just days before his inauguration, Trump launched a meme coin. Buyers can now funnel money directly to Donald Trump's pockets, and it is happening. And we know that he actually offered the top buyers of this coin a private dinner at his golf club. He's basically selling access to the presidency for cash. Now, we also saw Donald Trump fire someone whose job was actually to look into and punish Hatch Act violations. By doing that, he removed someone whose job was to hold rule breakers like himself accountable. Now, it's clear he doesn't care about anything but himself, and he's putting his MAGA politics ahead of the law. The American people deserve better than this. Now, that's why I've introduced the Hatch Act Enforcement, Transparency, and Accountability Act just earlier this year. This bill will make sure that we know when the executive branch chooses not to investigate a Hatch Act violation. It requires full transparency so we can see exactly how and why those decisions are being made. Now, if the Trump administration or anyone else in power refuses to investigate a clear violation, we will know why, and we will demand accountability. We can't let powerful people break the rules. Not Donald Trump, not Donald Trump's family, not Elon Musk, not anyone. The Hatch Act was made to keep things fair and honest in government. It's a simple rule that protects all of us. We can't let anyone ignore it. By properly enforcing the Hatch Act, we're not just saying we want to protect our democracy, we're actually doing it. This protects our government workers, our agencies, and our whole country. There have been extreme violations of the Hatch Act by the Donald Trump presidency, not just this time in this term, but also in the first term. We saw how they abused their office for real estate deals outside of government. We saw how foreign governments flowed and sent money to his family when they left the White House. And Donald Trump today, by the use of the meme coin and other means, are profiting off our government. We need to ensure that our government is working openly and fairly for everyone, not just for those with a political agenda. With that, I thank you, and I yield back to Congressman Min.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. And I just want to echo the comments you just made, Mr. Garcia. We're roughly 3.5 months into Trump's second term, but it looks to be shaping up like a more extreme and more radical version of the first term, where the Office of Special Counsel identified over 12 different members of President Trump's administration as having violated the Hatch Act. As a refresher, Kellyanne Conway promoted Ivanka Trump's clothing line in the last Trump administration. Stephanie Grisham, Nikki Haley, and Dan Scavino engaged in political activity on their government social media accounts, and former Secretary of Agriculture Sonny Perdue unlawfully promoted President Trump's 2020 reelection campaign. But I will just say that the acquiescence of Congress at that time, the failure to hold Donald Trump accountable for those abuses, those violations of the rule of law, has led Donald Trump to be even more bold and aggressive in violating the law this time around. And so this is, at this point, I think very clearly the most corrupt administration in history. Already we've seen them engage in breathtaking actions that are unprecedented, all of which have created constitutional crises. They fired over 17 inspectors general to start the term. They issued a mass pardon of those convicted of assaulting our government, including police officers, on January 6th. They went after the FBI and tried to fire anybody who was seen as insufficiently loyal to Donald Trump. At the FBI, they did the same thing at the Department of Justice. They looked to illegally usurp our Article I powers by firing thousands of government employees, redirecting funding that we had appropriated here in Congress, violating the Impoundment Control Act, trying to rewrite laws by shuttering agencies through executive action that Congress had created. And as a reminder, Congress, and only Congress, under Article I, has, and this is something that the founders in their great wisdom decided was important, the separation of powers, something we all learn early on, but apparently not too many of my colleagues on the other side have incorporated this message. Congress, and only Congress, has the authority to pass laws and to appropriate funds. And that is exactly what they're trying to take away from us. And we have seen this time after time after time. Now it's with the illegal sweeps of immigrants, including immigrants who are just here, or tourists here on travel visas, leading to a stark drop in tourism, the possibly illegal usurpation of our taxation authority by an unprecedented series of tariff announcements. And a great gauge of how corrupt things are right now is by seeing how much litigation has already proceeded against the Trump administration. They have seen over 220 lawsuits brought against them in their first 100 days. That is clearly a record. It is also a record how many of them they have lost already, how many motions they've lost, how many motions have been filed against them that they have lost in court. And in response, rather than trying to adhere to the rule of law, the Trump administration, again exhibiting its utter contempt for the rule of law, has gone after members of the judiciary. At this point, there's not a lot of guardrails left. They've gone after the IGs. They've weaponized the Department of Justice. They've weaponized the FBI. There's the courts, and there's Congress. And unfortunately, Congress, with the majority on the other side of the aisle, has decided to roll over and play dead and be Donald Trump's lapdog rather than enforcing our constitutionally mandated duties. When we take office, you may remember, we all swear an oath to defend and support the Constitution of the United States. That means regardless of what party affiliation you have or what party affiliation the president has, regardless of what threats the president or Elon Musk may make against you, we swear to a higher power to take that oath to support and defend the Constitution. But right now, that is not happening with Congress, and Donald Trump and his minions have become emboldened to attack the courts. Now, I've attempted to bring light to these issues through my membership on the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, as well as part of the rapid response team that our leadership has set up. For example, I've sent letters to the law firms that acquiesce to the Trump administration and the Florida bar for the apparently unscrupulous ethical behavior of Attorney General Bondi. We've seen them go after higher education. We need to stand up and fight back right now. Donald Trump has weaponized the federal government to go after Columbia, for example, based on what appears to be a personal vendetta over a real estate deal that didn't happen like 30 years ago. As my colleague from Long Beach mentioned earlier, another outrageous example we've seen is the Trump crypto meme coin, which President Trump is using to profit personally from the presidency. And we just saw just a couple weeks ago that an Abu Dhabi firm had invested $2 billion into the coin, directly enriching the president. And he's going to celebrate this by holding a meme coin gala dinner this month for the top holders of his coin. The level of corruption right now is breathtaking. It is unprecedented, and unfortunately, he is not going to stop because Congress is not stepping up to enforce our rights. We are not stepping up to do the oversight that is required of us. And so, as the Romans used to say, who watches the watchman? When there are no guardrails in place, who watches the watchman? And unfortunately, right now, Congress, which is supposed to act again as a co-equal branch of government, is failing to uphold its duties. With that, I just want to note that this is unprecedented in its corruption. We're going to continue to see violations of the Hatch Act. We're going to continue to see a failure of the enforcement of the rule of law, but I yield back the remainder of my time.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. Under the Speaker's announcement policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to provide to extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, May 8th, marks 80 years since Nazi Germany surrendered to America and its allies. Victory in Europe, known as VE Day, came at a tremendous price. Hundreds of thousands of Americans and millions of others dead. Many more physically maimed and mentally scarred. An indeterminate amount of treasure exhausted. A continent reduced to ruin. On that day, Mr. Speaker, President Truman said the only way to repay that debt was through ceaseless devotion, and I quote, to building an abiding peace, a peace rooted in justice and in law. He said, and again I quote, we can build such a peace only by hard, toilsome, painstaking work, by understanding and working with our allies in peace as we have in war. Mr. Speaker, I was born just a few months before that war began. I was only 5 years old when Truman said those words. I have lived my entire life virtually amid that abiding peace he envisioned all those years ago. I've lived my entire life knowing that America was the world's most consequential nation. I've lived my entire life believing that America was also the nation most committed to freedom, democracy, free markets, and self-determination, even if our deeds sometimes fell short of those goals. The Pax Americana that began in 1945 was not inevitable. As Truman said, it took hard, toilsome, painstaking work, not only by the greatest generation that saw the horrors of World War II, but also the generations that have followed. President Kennedy said in his inaugural address, the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans born in this century, tempered by war, disciplined by hard and bitter peace, proud of our ancient heritage and unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing of those human rights to which this nation has always been committed and to which we are committed today at home and around the world. Kennedy spoke of universal brotherhood and sisterhood of all mankind, and the recognition that we are inextricably connected. It reflected the pledge we make to our flag, the symbol of our value and our unity, recognizing that under God, we are indivisible. United around that principle, we did not repeat the mistake we made after 1918. We came together. We made an alliance. We did not disarm. We did not turn our backs on our allies and the world. We did not try to appease dictators and authoritarians. We continue to express to the world our willingness to partner with democratic and free nations to defend liberty, as Kennedy said, here and around the world. That is, Mr. Speaker, until 2016. Sadly and dangerously, candidate Donald Trump announced that America might not honor that pledge. He made it conditional, transaction, if you will, transactional. He was right, of course, to demand our NATO allies pay their proportionate share for NATO's expenses. But he sent shockwaves of doubt to our allies, to our friends, and yes, to our enemies and our adversaries. He expressed uncertainty about whether the United States would honor its commitment under Article 5 of the NATO Charter to defend a NATO ally in the event that they were attacked, as our NATO allies had done for the United States after the September 11th attacks. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, I worked across the aisle with Speaker Paul Ryan, Leader Kevin McCarthy, and others to pass an overwhelmingly bipartisan resolution that reassured our NATO nations and potential adversaries as well that the United States would always honor Article 5. It passed, Mr. Speaker, 419 to 3. For over 3/4 of a century, the credibility of our commitment to assuring we would never see World War III, which of course was the assurance of deterrence and resolve against warmongers, was unassailable. President Trump, however, as a candidate, put the premise of peace through strength and unity in doubt. Which brings me, Mr. Speaker, to Ukraine. I wear the Ukraine flag and the flag of the United States every day. Every morning, I pin this pin on the suit that I'm wearing. When the Soviet Union collapsed, largely because of a failed economic system and the resolve of America, NATO, and the free world, the USSR's captive nations regained their independence and sovereignty. While their histories were unique, their status as independent nations was recognized by the United Nations and most of the world. In 1994, a few years later, the Russians signed an agreement recognizing Ukraine's sovereignty and pledged to respect the integrity of the then existing borders. In exchange, Ukraine turned over all of its nuclear weapons to Russia. Predictably and sadly, the Russians did not honor their agreement. On February 20th, 2014, they invaded a part of Ukraine, Crimea, in an act of international criminal behavior. Two agreements that Russia and Ukraine signed in Minsk, the first in September of 2014 and the second in February of 2015, outlined a Russian commitment to withdraw from Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine and to respect Ukraine's territorial integrity. Instead, Russia continued waging a proxy war in eastern Ukraine for years. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the West's failure to respond to the 2014 invasion and the illegal annexation of Crimea led to its second criminal and horrific invasion of Ukraine without provocation in 2022, some 3 years ago. Our failure to act sent a message not only to Putin, but to the rest of the world that the United States and the free world may not respond to a legal war invasion. Although President Trump may not bear the blame for how the war began, he may determine how it ends, in victory or defeat, for freedom, democracy, and international law. Mr. Speaker, I fear that this administration is pursuing a strategy of defeat in Ukraine. The Trump administration is trying to appease Vladimir Putin, just as Neville Chamberlain tried and failed to appease Adolf Hitler. Trump and many of his loyalists parrot the Russian propaganda lie that somehow Ukraine, the victim of Putin's unprovoked invasion, started the war. The president has now said he did not mean that, but that's what he said. The Trump administration has halted American efforts to investigate and prosecute Russian war crimes. He pressures Ukraine to forfeit Crimea, a part of Ukraine agreed to by Russia in 2014. He pressures Ukraine to, 94. He pressures Ukraine to forfeit Crimea and large swaths of eastern lands. Crucially, President Trump and other members of the administration have dismissed Ukraine's ambitions and desire to become members of NATO. I believe NATO membership is the best and perhaps only way to assure Ukraine's security. Mr. Speaker, we didn't ask Russia's permission to have Sweden join NATO. We didn't ask Russia's permission to have Finland join NATO. They joined because they correctly feared additional Russian invasions, including the long borders that Finland has with Russia. Why would we ask Russia's permission, therefore, to let Ukraine join NATO? That decision belongs to us, our NATO allies, and Ukraine. No one else. Not once has NATO threatened to invade Russia. That is not Putin's fear. No, he is afraid that NATO will stand in the way of Russia invading others. And yet, Mr. Speaker, even with all of Trump's concessions, Vladimir Putin continues to drag his feet in negotiations. He wanted this war when he launched his invasion 3 years ago. And frankly, he still wants it today. He wants conquest, not simply concessions. He is laser-focused on restoring and expanding the old autocratic dictatorship known as the Soviet Empire. Even if Putin were to agree to a peace deal, we could never trust him to keep it. Eventually, he'd toss it into the ash bin with the UN Charter, the Helsinki Final Act, the Budapest Memorandum, the Minsk Agreements of which I spoke, and all other international laws and agreements he has violated over the years. Mr. Speaker, Trump risks falling for the same grand illusion that Chamberlain fell for, that feeding the Russian bear will make Putin less hungry for expansion, less dangerous, less dismissive of international law. That did not happen with Hitler, and it will not happen with Putin. Supporting Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, is the moral thing to do. But importantly and centrally, it is also in America's interest and in the interest of the national security and global stability. Vladimir Putin is a part of a new Axis axis of aggression, one made up of Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. A Russian victory in Ukraine would embolden not only Putin, but also expansionists, authoritarians everywhere to prey on the free world. When our adversaries doubt our resolve, they become more willing to test our strength. Mr. Speaker, if Putin wins, Xi Jinping wins, Khomeini wins, Kim Jong-un wins. Authoritarians, aggressive, acquisitive, dangerous. If Ukraine loses, America loses. Europe loses. The free world loses. Democracy loses. International law loses. Freedom is at risk. That is, I tell you, Mr. Speaker, the consensus of our allies. This year, I visited 5 of our European allies on congressional delegations, one led by Mike Turner, the former chair of the Intelligence Committee, and the other led by Michael Rogers, the chairman of the Armed Services Committee. I spoke to leaders and many others at the Munich Security Conference. They all agree Russia must not win its war of aggression. They are committed not only to Russia's strategic defeat, but also to securing a lasting peace like the one that began in 1945. A peace through strength and resolve. Our allies, Mr. Speaker, also recognize that we all need to do more. Experts predict Russia will field a 2 million strong army by 2030. Right now, Russia produces more ammunition in 3 months than NATO does in an entire year. That includes America, of course. That has to change, and it is. Of NATO's 28 nations, 23 reached and exceeded the alliance's requirement for a minimum of 2% of GDP for defense spending. Poland, Estonia, and Latvia are now over 3%. Lithuania and Finland will be over 3% in 2025. For context, the U.S. spent 3.38% of GDP in 2024. Poland and Estonia are already higher. Most of our NATO allies, Mr. Speaker, already have plans to increase spending further in the years ahead. The only action that will deter Putin's expansionist vision and break through his KGB psychology is one strong enough, resolved enough, and credible enough to dispel any doubt that waging war against the West would come at an untenable cost. However, if we shrink from the concept of victory in Ukraine against a despotic, illegal invasion, Russia and other authoritarian regimes may not believe that the West will act. We can only secure peace through strength if we help Ukraine deal Putin a definitive strategic defeat. Mr. Speaker, most members of this Congress agree. The Congress has had at least 12 votes on the issue of supporting Ukraine since Russia's savage invasion on February 24th. Less than 2 weeks later, Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly voted to support Ukraine's defense. 84% of the members voted yes. 2 months later, there was a second vote. 87% of the members of this body voted yes. Over the next 2 years, there were 10 more votes on support for Ukraine. They received an average of 80% of the votes of the U.S. House of Representatives. We provided Ukraine with the military aid it needed to stay in the fight. And with incredible resolve, extraordinary courage, and a commitment to their freedom and to their land, with our help, with the help of our NATO allies and others free-loving nations around the world, they have hung in there for longer than anybody thought was possible. Now, however, we need to give Ukraine the resources it needs to win the war. This Republican majority will do, I think, what Trump asks. All he has to do, Mr. Speaker, is pick up the phone and tell them to put Ukraine's supplemental on the floor with his support. He has made an economic deal. I don't know fully the details, but that gives us a further stake from an economic standpoint, from a business standpoint, from a transactional standpoint, which, of course, our president focuses on so often. But if we put that bill on the floor, it will pass overwhelmingly. Concessions, Mr. Speaker, will never get Putin to the negotiating table. Only strength will do that. Truman told Stalin, Truman told Stalin to lift the blockade of Berlin. Kennedy told Khrushchev to stay out of Cuba, and he did. Just as Gorbachev tore down that wall. Reagan told Gorbachev, tear down this wall. He did. Why? Certainly not because America made endless concessions and kowtowed to our adversaries. No, those presidents succeeded because America stood strong, stood up for its values, and stood up for its allies for freedom. He clearly cares about his image. And his image, and I refer to he as President Trump, his image that he likes to portray is winning. Mr. President, make history. Make Putin get out of Ukraine. You said this war would never have started if you were president. Now that you are president, make Ukraine whole and make the aggressor leave. Tell him to go home, to stop taking lives and start making the lives of his people better. President Trump must, if we are to maintain the peace secured 80 years ago, if our children are to have a world we want for them, a world of peace and decency and respect for one another, a world where transgressors are held accountable. Mr. Speaker, the world to build a more secure world remains just as hard, just as toilsome, yes, just as painstaking, as it did 8 decades ago, as Truman pointed out. But it remains just as important today as it was then and has been for 80 years. Mr. President, let us stand up for freedom. Let us stand up for law and justice and stand with the courageous Ukrainians who, like us, want to protect their land, protect their families, protect their economic well-being, protect freedom. Mr. President, I think you can do it. Please do. I yield back the balance of my time.
Does the gentleman have a motion? Does the gentleman move to adjourn?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.